Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming consideration on the address in reply to the speech from the throne, resuming debate on the main motion.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to enter into this debate in the reply to the speech from the throne. But before I do so, I just want to not only express my gratitude to being able to do this, but to congratulate you on your election. I think you will make a very honourable speaker, and I appreciate it. I particularly appreciate it a lot more if, in fact, you don't cut me off in the middle of the sentences. I also want to express my appreciation to people of Scarborough-Guildwood who have returned me to this chamber for the 8th time. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that when I started in 1997, I did not anticipate that I would be here for 8 successive elections, but it has been an interesting journey for the last 22 years. And the other thing that was very encouraging is that the percentage of the vote went up in this particular to the highest level that I've actually achieved in 8 years. As you know, Mr. Speaker, elections are strange enterprises at times. A lot of non-substantive things and occasionally some substantive things. I don't anticipate that. I don't want to dwell on the non-substantive things, but today I want to take the opportunity to spend some time reflecting on what I consider the most substantive issue that affected Scarborough-Guildwood during this particular election, and that is the Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, is, in my judgment, the signature initiative of this Prime Minister. I think that once he leaves and history is written about these parliaments, that will be one of the things that historians comment on, namely the significance of the Canada Child Benefit and its significance to people, all of the people of Canada, but particularly low-income people in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, it is a very large initiative. If you go to Table 3.3 in the 2019 budget at page 289, you'll find that on the top lines, the amount of money that is returned to Canadians, that is sent to Canadians as benefits. So there's revenues from taxes that come in, and then the first line, the first set of lines is the amount of benefits that go back to Canadians. And the first line in that set of lines is the $56 billion that goes to elderly benefits. The second line is about $20 billion that is returned to Canadians in the form of unemployment insurance. And the third line is the $24 billion that goes to the Canada Child Benefit. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is the second most significant benefit that goes directly to Canadians from their federal government. And so it's reasonable, Mr. Speaker, to ask yourself, what are we in effect getting value for money? And this is of particular interest to me as the Member of Parliament for the riding of Scarborough-Guildwood. So when we break that $24 billion down, what does that mean to the riding of Scarborough-Guildwood? And what that means, Mr. Speaker, to the riding of Scarborough-Guildwood is that each and every year $100 million comes into the riding of Scarborough-Guildwood. Now that's a significant sum of money for a riding that has possibly, 115 to 120,000 people in it. We have the Centennial College, which would contribute to the riding at somewhat similar amount of money, I should imagine, or more. University of Toronto Scarborough campus, similar or significant amount of money. The Scarborough hospitals, again, huge budgets. Toyota, again, huge amount of money goes into the riding, but and I'm sure there are other industries that actually contribute this kind of significant amount of money into the riding. Mr. Speaker, this is the order of magnitude of the amount of money that comes into Scarborough-Guildwood. And it is even more significant, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Scarborough-Guildwood because Scarborough-Guildwood in the last 4 years had the greatest reduction in child poverty in the country. 25% reduction in child poverty in Scarborough-Guildwood in the last 4 years. The #1 riding in all of the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, why would that be? Well, I think I can think of at least 2 reasons. One, improved employment opportunities. At the beginning, 2015, unemployment rate nationally was around 7.1. Generally speaking, Scarborough-Guildwood is at a higher rate than the national rate. By the election in 2019, the rate was about 5.7. Again, probably Scarborough-Guildwood is slightly above that. So increased benefits, increased employment opportunities would account for some significant element of that reduction, that 25% reduction in child poverty. But the second thing has to be the Canada Child Benefit. Because the Canada Child Benefit, in my judgment, acts as, if you will, a guaranteed minimum income for families. And I think it's an initiative that, as I say, I think will turn out to be an historic initiative, but it will also turn out to be, if you will, a test case as to whether this is the best way to alleviate poverty and reduce the growing inequality between people who do very well in our society and those who struggle. So those are the 2 reasons I think that Scarborough-Guildwood had such a significant reduction in child poverty. So you have to ask yourself, well, why, Mr. Speaker, would that have such an economic impact on the people of Scarborough-Guildwood? And the most obvious and intuitive reason is that people in lower income quintiles actually spend their money on necessities. And so it is intuitive and it does seem to make sense. But I'm very grateful to the people at the Economic Center for Economic Analysis, who put together a paper called The Economic Contribution of the Canada Child Benefit, a Basic Income Guarantee for Canadian Families with Children. And they started to put data, flesh, to that intuition. The intuition being that poor people will spend money on food, they'll spend it on shelter, they'll spend it on core necessities. And indeed, that's exactly what the data does show. The #1 expenditure on the people who receive Canada Child Benefit is increases to their shelter. The second, counterintuitive, Mr. Speaker, is on tax, and I'll come back on that shortly. The third is transportation. The fourth is food. And the fifth is household operations. So 4 out of the 5 elements, Mr. Speaker, fall within one sense of intuition, which is lower income folks will spend their money on things that they actually need. And that seems to be borne out by the data. The other interesting component of the data is, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the benefit decreases as the income increases, and in the upper echelons of the quintiles that have higher incomes, the money starts to get diverted to other things such as savings and investments and various other things, all of which are easily to be argued are good things. However, Mr. Speaker, there is an argument also to be said that that is somewhat dead money. So the lower income quintiles spend the money on food and shelter. That money goes directly and immediately into the economy. The upper quintiles spend some on things like investments, et cetera, and that is money that is set aside properly, I think, but nevertheless is money that is spent, is not spent immediately, and therefore has no significant immediate economic impact. So the interesting argument here, Mr. Speaker, is if the federal government is the steward of taxpayer dollars, what is the best use, what's the highest and best use of taxpayer dollars in order to be able to stimulate the economy? And what the data starts to show on the Canada Child Benefit is that it is benefit money directly into the hands of Canadians, whether it's elderly benefits or whether it's unemployment benefits or whether it's child benefits, that is the money that gives the greatest stimulus, as opposed to tax cuts. So the data really starts to kind of jump out at you. But I want to deal with one thing before we get to further discussion about the benefits or the stimulative effect of a benefit as opposed to the stimulative benefit of a tax cut. And that is $24 billion is a lot of money. $24 billion is actually greater than our national defense budget. $24 billion is actually greater than almost all other departments. And, Mr. Speaker, it's reasonable to say, well, what does $24 billion actually cost you? Well, as it turns out, $24 billion doesn't cost $24 billion because of the $24 billion, $13 billion comes back in taxes. So for the federal government's $24 billion, 13 comes back in taxes to both the provinces and the federal government. Of that $13 billion, $7 billion comes back to the federal government, $6 billion comes back to the provinces. So the federal government has a $24 billion investment, of which it really only costs the federal government $17 billion. The provinces have no investment in the Canada Child Benefit and yet reap a $6 billion benefit. So it works rather well for the provinces. So what does $24 billion get you in terms of economic stimulus? It roughly gets you the GDP of the province of Nova Scotia in terms of economic stimulus. Around $46 billion in economic stimulus, direct, indirect, and inputted, come through this investment of $24 billion. That's about roughly equal to 0.5% of the nation's GDP. Annually, that $24 billion does that amount of stimulus. And since the inception of the program, it has contributed $139 billion to the nation's GDP. All sectors of the economy are a benefit. Now, you know, again, intuitive, but it makes a lot of sense. The number one beneficiary is housing. That's what people spend their money on. That's what people who receive the Canada Child Benefit do. They spend their money on housing, shelter. The second is manufacturing. Again, if you're, if you receive money and you've got kids, what do you spend the money on? You spend it on clothing. You spend it on shoes. You spend it on bicycles. You spend it on things that need to be manufactured. And the third economic sector that benefits the most is construction. So number one is housing, number two is manufacturing, number three is construction. Every year this creates this $24 billion in direct and indirect benefits, stimulus, creates 418,000 full-time jobs and about 70,000 part-time jobs. That's a lot of jobs, Mr. Speaker. 1.4 million measured. There are, of course, a great number of benefits to the Canada Child Benefit that can't be measured, that don't fit nicely within the economist's metric. And, again, it's intuitive, Mr. Speaker. If a child is going to school with properly clothed, with a full stomach, the greater likelihood is that that child will learn a lot better. Similarly, if a child is properly clothed and is well fed, they will not have as many negative health issues. So the indirect benefits, again, not measurable, I'm perfectly prepared to concede that, but intuitively make a great deal of sense, are huge to families and people with children. So, Mr. Speaker, the benefits of the Canada Child Benefit on the health system, again, are not measurable, but make a great deal of sense. It also reduces financial stress, Mr. Speaker, and the multiplier is enormous. A healthier child is a more productive child. A better educated child is is ultimately a more productive citizen. This is an initiative, Mr. Speaker, that costs a great deal of money, admittedly, that makes economic sense. I hope I've made some case for this benefit from an economic standpoint. It makes health sense, and it makes education sense. And in my judgment, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is an argument to be made that this is the highest and best use of taxpayers' dollars. And let me finish with a quote from one of my favorite conservatives, who, of course, I can't find as I'm closing my speech. Here he is. I don't have that many favorite conservatives, Mr. Speaker, but Hugh Segal. Yeah, I know they're a little upset, but I would recommend that they do talk to Hugh Segal, former Canadian senator. We march because we share. We don't want 3.5 million of our Canadians left behind. That's not who we are. It's in our interest to have an economy where liquidity and financial capacity is available to all. And I'd submit that my Conservative colleagues should review Mr. Segal's views on this matter, because he and his other colleague, Senator Eggleton, conducted a massive study into Canadian poverty when they were both senators, and this was one of their most significant recommendations, namely that there be a Canada Child Benefit, and it act as a, if you will, a minimum income guarantee for all families in Canada. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, the child tax benefit isn't, I'm not sure that Mr. Trudeau is the one that actually was going to be going down in the books of history for the child tax benefit. I know I had children and I was very grateful to be beneficial of the child tax credit. And I'm just curious, does he truly think that that's what he's going to be, our Prime Minister will be going into the books of history for?
Before the honourable member gets to answer, I just want to remind everyone that we're not to use names. I understand. I think the honourable member caught herself, but it's a good learning opportunity for everyone else in the chamber as well, that we don't name someone by their name, but by the position they hold in this chamber. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said at the beginning of the speech, you know, elections have a lot of non-substantial issues and some substantial issues. I rather hope that we could stay on the substantial issues. And I think actually after all is said and done, historians will record that this Prime Minister consolidated all of the benefits that accrue to families and to children, wrapped them into one very significant program, and that significant program has alleviated massive amounts of child poverty across the country. Most significantly, the #1 riding in Canada for the reduction of child poverty is Scarborough-Guildwood. And so, Mr. Speaker, in Scarborough-Guildwood, the Prime Minister will be presently and historically remembered as having initiated a very significant initiative.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member through you for his speech. You know, in my riding of North Island Powell River, one of the things I was really disappointed not to see in the throne speech was something specifically about the plight of the wild salmon. In my riding, there's been a lot of job losses due to some of the challenges that the wild salmon are experiencing. And one of the biggest frustrations across the board for so many stakeholder groups is the lack of meaningful conversation and consultation. There's a need for a comprehensive plan. I'm just wondering if I could ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, if that comprehensive plan is coming and if that's a priority for this government like it is for the residents of North Island Powell River.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I have nothing but sympathy and concern for people who have job losses, and I understand the issue of alienation. Certainly for many years, Ontario was not doing all that well. The riding of Scarborough-Guildwood was not doing all that well. Things have sort of turned around. I think the conversation was if it wasn't initiated during the election, the appointment of the Deputy Prime Minister shows a real willingness on the part of the Prime Minister to engage. I think that what Canadians need to know is that there is a framework in place, both for salmon arms, the honourable members riding, and Scarborough-Guildwood, and every riding here. And that framework is, in effect, a minimum annual income protection for families, as I set out in my speech about Canada Child Benefits.
Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the voters of Manicouagan for having placed their trust in me once again. I was elected with a fairly strong mandate, and I can tell them that I will be serving them with integrity. To my honourable colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood, I have a question about something that affects my constituents. There's been a lot of talk about equity and how to help lift people out of poverty. There's also been a lot of talk about development and the positive impacts that various measures can have. What was important for the Bloc in the speech from the throne was the whole question of employment insurance. We haven't heard a lot about that. We heard a little bit about sickness benefits, which are really essential for people who have serious illnesses. And for people who have seasonal jobs, like fishers, for example, people who work in the tourism industry or the forestry industry, or in my riding, there are entire communities that are threatened because of this. So I'd like to know what the government intends to do concretely to work on this. The colleague across the way mentioned that, the economy is doing well on a broad level, but why are contributions to EI being reduced, and why are we not making more investments in the EI program to ensure that people who have this sort of black hole due to seasonal jobs can have some hope and can celebrate Christmas like anyone else who has a good year-round job? Because we should be giving them what they need. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I want to congratulate my honourable friend on her election, and certainly she's learned quite quickly that one can make a mini speech in the process of asking a question. There are three significant benefits that come to Canadians directly from the federal government. Benefits for elderly people, which is about $56 billion. Benefits for children, families with children, which is about $24 billion, which was what I was talking about in my speech, and then unemployment benefits, which is about $20 billion. That is a program that is continually monitored, is continually adjusted according to whether the unemployment is up or down in a particular area. So I would encourage the honourable member to see whether the local adjustments are in fact fair, are in fact reflective of the needs of the local people, in which case she can go to the agency that runs unemployment insurance and discuss it directly with them to see whether they are in fact recognizing the needs of her constituents.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my honourable colleague. He spent a lot of his speech talking about the sort of cost-benefit ratio of the CCB. And near the end of his speech, he talked a little bit about some of the other costs and some of the benefits, the soft benefits that society will get as a result. I think this is really important because when you reduce the poverty rate overall, you're providing real opportunities. That's not just rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. It's something real. It's something that has a real impact on the future of young people who are no longer growing up in poverty. So I'd like to hear my colleagues speak a bit about the importance of programs like the CCB in his riding, and I'd like to hear him talk about the impact he thinks that will have on young people.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question and congratulate him on his appointment yesterday. I know him as a very able member of Parliament, but he will be a very able parliamentary secretary as well. In terms of the speech, I made a conscious decision to try and talk only about the measurable benefits of the Canada Child Benefit, because it's an economic argument, frankly, for the benefit, and so I did not dwell on the intangible, non-measurable benefits. The health benefits, the education benefits, the social benefits, the opportunity benefits, all of which, in my judgment, are largely intuitive, not necessarily measurable, but I think are as important, if not more important, than the actual economic benefits that are generated. As I said earlier, a child with a full stomach and a decent set of clothes and a decent set of shoes is a child that's healthier and is a child that will be better educated. That just makes perfectly good sense. So you are absolutely right to say that the indirect benefits, the non-measurable benefits, are as important, if not more important, than what the measurable ones in what economists would talk about.
I just want to remind the honourable members, even if someone is close by, I'm sure the honourable member meant that the member for Hull Aylmer was right, not the speaker was right. I just wanted to clarify. Well, of course, I have to be right. Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member from Montmagny, Islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Oui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Regina Leuven. I'm not sure about the pronunciation there. Leuven. Thanks. I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the throne speech. But first of all, I would like to thank the people in my riding for having given me their trust for a third time. I'm very pleased. I'd also like to thank my family, as well as all of my volunteers, my staffers who followed me throughout this process. This has been by far the best election campaign I've had. And I think it really reflects the work that we put into this campaign. I want to talk about the speech throne, and specifically I want to talk about my riding, where there's a very wide range of different types of jobs, professions, people with different levels of education. But what unites everyone is their entrepreneurial spirit and their desire to support organizations and businesses that are really economic pillars of their riding. So we have agriculture, manufacturing, cultural, and tourism-related spheres. Did a lot of work with people in my riding over the last 4 years, and I think that work was noticed. That's why today I think my election results were what they were. And I was very proud to hear recently that the leader decided to appoint me to the shadow cabinet, and I will be the critic for rural economic development in Quebec. As a business owner myself, I am very proud to hold those positions. Now, most of my voters don't share the Liberals' rosy vision of their economic record over the last 4 years. In Rivière-du-Loup, for example, we have one of the most entrepreneurial companies in the world. And when the Liberals tried to attack small businesses by changing the tax rules and suggesting that business owners used too many loopholes, well, voters remembered that. There was quite a backlash, as I'm sure you'll remember. The Prime Minister is still in office, but with the minority government, the future of his government is certainly in doubt. And you can see that his support is declining across the country. That's why, in the speech from the throne last week, we expected the government to start taking regional economic issues seriously. But it seems that that's not the case. Now, I won't refute every single point in the speech from the throne. In this document, the term rural economic development only shows up once in a passage which reads as follows. Wherever they live, be it in small rural communities or in large urban centers, in the Rockies or in the fishing villages of the coast, or in the north of Canada, or along the Canada-US border, all Canadians want to make this country a better place to live for themselves and their children and communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, what does that actually mean? I don't think it means all that much. It's a lovely little poem. But there's really nothing concrete in there that would lead us to believe that they're taking rural economic development seriously. So what is the government going to do to improve the standard of living for rural communities? Because that's what the speech from the throne should really focus on. A throne speech should lay out priorities, and when you don't see either the word rural in a throne speech, and you don't even see the term rural economic development, you have to wonder about the Liberals' priorities. So they're supposed to lay out priorities, not put us to sleep with a lovely poem. Will the government get rid of the infrastructure bank, which redirects money to infrastructure projects across the country, but actually ends up financing mega projects in big urban centers, and even in some cases, projects in China, including pipelines?
Will the government, for example, well, I'm just going to give you some examples. Will the government reestablish community infrastructures that used to exist with Economic Development Canada when the Conservatives used to finance rural projects? One of the best programs we had was Optic 158, because we were able to have a direct relationship with municipalities in Quebec. We were able to work with local projects in this program. I remember in 2011, as will my colleagues, this was a really fantastic program. So there's none of this in the throne speech right now. Nothing about this. Nothing about our forestry companies or farming companies or manufacturing companies. Nothing about the single tax return or better immigration or the outcomes of our marinas in Quebec and the St. Lawrence River, that we're experiencing sizable issues, and volunteers are exhausted. We have to do something about this as well. And I had a conversation with the minister about this. We absolutely have to take the bull by the horns and deal with this. And there's also water treatment issues, that wastewater that's been dumped into rivers. We have to look at this as well. Well, instead of sending money to an infrastructure bank to fund projects in China, we have to make sure we're working on projects here, and so that we're not dumping wastewater into the St. Lawrence River. This doesn't make sense. And people from both Montreal and Toronto, they paid their taxes like everyone else, and we shouldn't forget them like we have done over the past 4 years. Another thing that's missing from the throne speech is a strategy for the future of small and medium-sized enterprises. A survey revealed that many small business owners were planning on selling their companies, more than 62% of them, because they don't know how because they're going to retire. So this is a big issue, and I am an entrepreneur myself, and I know my daughter's going to take over my company, but we have to help these young people who are going to take over these companies. Now these companies are increasing in value, and we have to help the young generations take over these new companies. 46% of business owners would like to keep the business in the family, but the government is penalizing these companies because when you transfer a company to a family member, it costs you more than if you sell it to someone outside your family. So Quebec statistics have confirmed that in the lower St. Lawrence River and other regions in Quebec, well, we do need to help companies there so that companies can stay here in Canada rather than be sold and exported elsewhere. And the NDP doesn't seem to be taking this seriously. Also, the government should notice how quickly the Bloc has backed the Liberals on this, and the Liberals' choice to look at federal pharmacare, the Bloc shouldn't have supported them on this. The Bloc seems to always support this federal vision, the centralizing vision of our country, and the Bloc seems to be falling into this trap. Mr. Speaker, we won't support this. And there's nothing of what I've mentioned is in the throne speech, nothing for regional development, economic development, and we have our differences and we're proud of these differences. Thank you very much. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this Parliament, we always have big differences. I took part in the question and answers with respect to the speech by my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of your writing. But, Mr. Speaker, there are sizable differences between our two speeches. In a throne speech, well, I'd like to ask him a question. Is he for or against the Canadian child benefit? We're going to enhance this benefit to get even reduce poverty more and to support families in Canada. This program, for the first time since I've been here in the region, since the 80s, well, we promised in this chamber here, we made a solemn declaration to reduce child poverty to nil. And nothing was done until 2015. And in 2015, in 4 short years, we were able to cut child poverty by 1/3. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he's in favour of that initiative. The honourable member for Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can't be against this reduction in poverty. Actually, this program was established before the Liberals came to power. But we did this program while still balancing the budget. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that during strong periods of economic growth that we've seen over the past 4 years, not thanks to the Liberals, but thanks to the situation, the environment we created previously, and it was a global recovery and not just a national one. We don't want to grow the deficit during these periods of growth like the Liberals did over the past 4 years. And even worse still, they're planning on growing the deficit for the next 10 years. And that is the heritage they're going to leave for our children. Yes, we agree with putting money back in the pockets of Canadians, and we did so for years, but we did it responsibly, and that's not the case for this government. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member, Montmagny-Lemesque, Rivière-du-Loup. He deplored the fact there weren't enough measures in the throne speech about regional development, but we proposed an amendment to defend supply management tooth and nail, and people want to better fund health as well. But my question is, how come he decided to vote against this amendment instead of making all this beautiful rhetoric saying that we support centralizing federalism? He could have defended our regions by voting in favor of the Bloc's amendment. Why did he not do so? The honourable member for Montmagny. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer my colleague's question because yesterday, in the dialogue we had during question period at the House of Commons, they decided to support very quickly the Liberals' throne speech. And yesterday during question period, 3 Bloc members asked Liberals questions, saying that there's nothing in the throne speech for Quebec. And 3 of them asked a question after they had already decided to support the throne speech. The Bloc Quebec cannot do anything for Quebec, and they can't deliver everything for Quebec. We are the party that established all sorts of things for Quebec, and we don't have any lessons to learn from them. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Debate. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House. This is my maiden speech, so I'll have some thank yous to go through, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll get to the crux of what was or more what wasn't in the speech from the throne that was presented last week. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House have a huge responsibility to represent their constituents, each and every riding, but for myself, I could not do this job without the people that helped me win this seat and the volunteers. We all have great volunteers on campaigns, and Regina Louvain had the best volunteers in the country, in my opinion. We were 300 strong on election day, and there was a lot of people that helped ensure that the Conservatives won the seat in Regina Louvain. So I had an amazing team of core supporters, and I'd like to take this time to thank Shelley and Mike Janostin. Shelley was my campaign manager and worked tirelessly to keep me on task, and I just want to say thank you very much for all the support you've given me and my family over the last 18 months. We had a great time, and without her help, we would not be able to win this seat. Laura Ross is a great friend and our EDA president, and she also was a colleague of mine as I was a member for the Saskatchewan legislature for Regina and Walsh Acres, and Laura is the member for Regina Louvain, and she was a tireless advocate and worked so hard, her and her husband. Terry was a great sign guy. We had a sign crew that put over 1,200 signs up in Regina Louvain, and Terry and Mike and all the guys that came out and helped put up signs. I appreciate their support, and everyone that took a sign as well. We appreciate them having the courage of their convictions and putting a sign on their front lawn, and I appreciate that very, very much. As a member of the Legislative Assembly, I have had the honor of having the best constituency assistant in the province, Heather Kuntz, and she is now my assistant in Regina Louvain, and she is a tireless advocate for the people of Regina. She works hard, very hard on case files, and she is honestly one of my strongest supporters. I always make the comment she's been one of the women that have been the longest in my life. She's been with me for 8 years, my wife for 10 years, so she has put up, she's like an auntie to our 3 young kids, and she is just a great, not only a great supporter, worker, but a confidant and a very good friend. So Heather, thank you for all you've done for us over the last 8 years, and I'm very lucky to have you heading up our office in Regina and helping the people of Regina Louvain. Mr. Speaker, it comes down to having so many good people on our team with Mike Emery and his wife Taryn, and my good friends Dustin and Ellie. They are aunties to our auntie and uncle to our kids, and they helped support us throughout the campaign. When Larissa and I were out doing events or functions, they were there to look after the kids, and they're very lucky to have 2 people in their life that love them so much. So Dustin and Ellie, thank you very much for all you've done for our family as well. It's an honor to be able to rise and thank people that help us get here, and obviously people that help us the most are your families, and without the support of your spouse, there is no one in this chamber that can do this job, and I am very fortunate to have an amazing woman by my side. Larissa is by far my strongest advocate, and also she gives me advice from time to time and makes sure that, for example, I wear the right suit with the right tie, so it's always good to have a wardrobe consultant as well, and I appreciate everything she does for us. Over the last 8 years, we have had 3 children together. We've won 3 campaigns, 2 nominations, went through a couple of leadership races, and she has been by my side through it all. She's also finished her degree, finished an MBA, and worked full-time as well. So she is an amazing woman, and I'm lucky enough that I convinced her to share our lives together, and she has been just an absolute...
Bravo! Bravo!
people always say congratulations on marrying up, and I said, yes, I definitely did. And if you don't, that's silly. So, so I guess I appreciate, and obviously she means the world to me. And our 3 young children, we have 3 under 6. So Nixon's 6 years old, Claire is 4, and Jameson turns 3 on January 2nd. And they are the reason I believe most of us get into this job and commit to public service is to make things better for the next generation, and that is an example of in our household is we do this job so that our children have better opportunities going forward and into the future. And I think that is everyone in this house is in it for those reasons, to make sure that we have a better environment for our children, great job opportunities, and so that they can be more successful than we are. So Nixon, Claire, and Jameson, Dad's coming home in exactly 4 hours, and I can't wait to be home and spend some time with the family. And I think Nixon has a hockey practice tonight, so make sure you skate hard and keep your stick on the ice down. I love you very, very much. Also, obviously, there's been a lot going on over the last couple 24 hours for our party, and I want to say a huge thank you. I've known the member for Regina Coppell for a long time, and I want to thank him and his wife Jill for all they've done for the Conservative Party of Canada. He is a strong leader, and Premier Wall, when he said his farewell speech in the legislature, he said one thing politicians should all aspire to do is leave things better than you found them, and the member for Regina Coppell did that for the Conservative Party. So thank you very much for everything you've done over the last 14 years for us. Mr. Speaker, I took some time to go over the throne speech, and I want to say that a few of the things that I want to talk about, what was in it and then what wasn't in it, Mr. Speaker. And a few of the things I saw was lowering taxes for Canadians. And, you know, I hope that the members opposite do fulfill that commitment. What I heard on the doorsteps during the last campaign was it's getting harder and harder to get by in Regina and Louvain. And constituents there are feeling that they're overtaxed, and there's less and less money for them at the end of the month each month. And I think as a government, I hope the government across the aisle commits to lowering taxes. I know that they've said they're going to lower it by $300 and some by 2023. But on the flip side, they're also going to increase CPP commitments to $600. So if you're going to lower taxes by around $300 and raise them by $600, that leaves less money in Canadians' pockets. So it's kind of giving in one hand and taking with the other. So, Mr. Speaker, across Regina Louvain, people want to see a commitment to making life more affordable for Canadians across the country. And I'm hoping that's something that it is mentioned in lowering taxes in the throne speech, and I hope that is something that they fulfill and commit and actually do. Mr. Speaker, a few things that weren't in the throne speech. The word Saskatchewan, the word Alberta, the oil and gas sector, the word agriculture. These are all important to our constituents in Regina Louvain. And I think the fact that those words were not in the throne speech speaks volume. I remember on election night watching the Prime Minister say, "I am listening. I hear your frustrations in Western Canada." I looked for this throne speech to see if he was actually going to follow through on that commitment, and I see nothing of him following through on that commitment in this throne speech. It totally bypasses Western Canada. And across our country, Mr. Speaker, we sent 14 strong MPs from Saskatchewan, 33 from Alberta. There isn't a Liberal that won a seat in those two provinces. And that speaks to the frustration that Western Canadians are feeling. They're feeling left out. They're feeling like their voice is not heard. And I want to make sure and put it on the record that their voice is going to be heard, not from that side, but from this side of the House. And we'll take the concerns of Western Canadians seriously and hold the Liberal government to account on not following through on some of the commitments they have. One of the most important things I hear is that Bill C-69 needs to be amended or repealed, preferably repealed. The No More Pipelines bill is devastating our energy sector in Western Canada. There's hundreds of thousands of people that aren't working in our provinces, and it's not because of the weather, it's not because of anything they can control, it's because of a direct hit from government policies, Mr. Speaker. And that's probably what hurts us in Western Canada the most. We're hard entrepreneurial people, Mr. Speaker, and we know that there are some things out of our control. We know in agriculture we can't control the weather. We know that we can't sometimes control the markets outside of our country. But when the government can control policy and they implement policy that directly affects our livelihood, it is what is so frustrating for us, Mr. Speaker. There's something to be said for listening to Western Canadians, and we're going to ensure that we work hard to make the government and hold them to account and ask them to change policies like Bill C-69, like Bill C-48, policies that are directly affecting our family. Mr. Speaker, I only have 1 minute left, and I want to say there's something that reflects what this government's doing in Western Canada, and I saw it on social media. There's 3 pictures that I saw. One picture was of a young couple getting married. It was in 2014, and buying a new house. The second picture was they took their baby girl home in 2016, and they took her into this new house. The third picture, Mr. Speaker, and I'll leave you with this, is a farewell picture. They have their baby in a stroller, they're standing outside the house, and there's a foreclosure sign on the front lawn. That's what many families in Western Canada are facing right now. The fact is they can't get by, they can't make the money to provide that stable home for their young families, and it's something that needs to change in Canada, because Canada should be a country of aspiration, big dreams, where we can get big projects done, and that's why we're here, and that's what I want to make sure our children realize is Canada can be that country. It will be. They just need a government that listens, and in a future, hopefully not too long, we'll be on that side to make sure people have the opportunities to succeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain will have 5 minutes for questions coming to him once we return or we come back to the debate. Right now we'll have to break for question period as well. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. Honourable Deputy, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The drought is over. Not only did the Bombers win the classic Banjo Bowl this year, but we won the Grey Cup, Mr. Speaker. We did. In the Western semi-final, the Bombers defeated the favoured defending champions, the Calgary Stampeders, and that was in Calgary. From there, the Blue and Gold travelled to Regina for the Western final, where we saw the home of Rider Pride and Gaynor the Gopher, and they did us proud, Mr. Speaker, and they won that game, which advanced us to the Grey Cup game. Mr. Speaker, what a game it was. Winnipeg Blue Bombers beat the Hamilton Tiger Cats 33-12, and what a game it was. It was a near perfect game. Offense, defense, specialty teams, Mr. Speaker. It was a well-played game. Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg's local hero, Andrew Harris, became the first player in CFL history to win the Grey Cup's most outstanding player and the most outstanding Canadian award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the W.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, since my election as the Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, I've heard from constituents, mayors and chiefs about water levels in the Bay of Quinte. Many believe these historically high water levels are due in part to the International Joint Commission's Plan 2014. Since this policy was adopted by the IJC, Lake Ontario has flooded in 2 of the last 3 years, hurting countless communities and homeowners, including the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. Right now, water levels are historically high for this late in the year. Concerns are growing that without immediate action, Ontario will face a catastrophic level of flooding in the spring of 2020. It is becoming clear that without alterations to Plan 2014, Ontario will continue to be damaged by outflow policies being dictated by the IJC. I call on the federal government to acknowledge the apparent issues with Plan 2014 and to initiate an immediate review of the plan to examine the risks posed to communities and homeowners on Lake Ontario and the Bay of Quinte.
For Spadina, Fort York.
It's an honor to rise once again to represent the residents of Spadina Fort York and to represent the wonderful and beautiful diverse communities across the waterfront in Toronto. But days ago, residents in my riding gathered on the shore of Lake Ontario to recognize a very somber occasion. Richard, who is properly known as Kevin Fournier, was a person who chose to live in the parks along the waterfront, and unfortunately we came together to mark his passing. He lived in the Music Garden, Little Norway Park, and if you ever walked your dog there, he knew your dog by name, you by name, and was free to share his poetry and his love of the outdoors with you. But unfortunately, despite all of us who tried to help him and find a way forward to get him into housing, unfortunately, he chose to live outside and he passed away in a bus shelter along the waterfront. We as a nation have decided to tolerate homelessness and not solve the crisis. This Parliament has a choice to make. We can end homelessness in this term of Parliament if we decide to do it. Let that be the work of this Parliament, and that be the way we remembered Richard's life. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Winnipeg Centre for electing me to represent our strong and progressive community. Winnipeg Centre has the third highest poverty rate in the country, and lately we have seen increasing rates of violence that has included the murder of innocent children and youth. It is a poverty human rights crisis with a lack of mental health and trauma supports. When you do not look after people, you have a crisis. It's about choices. And this government has consistently chosen to bail out their corporate friends and protect the top 1%. Instead, we have a proposal to pay for the help Canadians desperately need by getting the ultra-wealthy to pay just a little bit more. Mr. Speaker, our community needs support, and it's time that those who earn more pay more so that those who are struggling get the help they desperately need before this crisis gets worse.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Walalan. I come to Ottawa from Nova Scotia, the land of the Mi'kmaq, the people of the dawn. I'm bearing an urgent message from some of my youngest constituents, the students of l'École Acadienne de Truro, who write, "Today around the world, millions of students have taken to the streets, demanding government action to stop the growth of climate change. These young protesters, many of whom are not old enough to vote, are sacrificing their education because they know that without help from all levels of government, there will be no future. We therefore demand a reduction in the use of fossil fuels. Canada has already invested in renewable energy sources, and we must continue. Our goal in writing is to continue to fuel the flame that we know is burning inside you in order to help preserve our way of life before it's too late. Because in the end, climate change has no borders." Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise today in this House, having been re-elected by the good people of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. With just 10 months between my by-election victory and the general election this October, I have more people to thank for their support than I have time today. But I must thank my wife Amanda, my children, Luke, Emma, Mikhail, and James for their love and their encouragement. I'd also like to thank all of the volunteers and the donors for their support and for their tireless efforts. A special mention to Joan Leahy and Barb O'Reilly for their critical roles in the success of our campaign. The people of my riding have sent me to this place to fight for them, to stand up for jobs, for small businesses, for farms, for seniors, and to cut red tape and to lower taxes. We know that the official opposition, we're the guardian of the confidence Canadians have in public institutions. Conservatives take this role seriously, and we will hold this government to account. That's right. I'm proud to be part of this strong Conservative team. We're ready to deliver for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the first time in the 43rd Parliament, and I would like to express my gratitude to my constituents in Vaudreuil-Soulanges for having put their faith in me once again. I also want to begin this session by thanking all the volunteers who gave their time to help our community throughout the year, and particularly during the holidays, whether it's delivering a basket of food for under Meals on Wheels or Le Pont Bridging, collecting and distributing donations, thanks to the devoted Actuel team, ensuring that people can get home safely with the incredible team at Operation Red Nose, or collecting donations for families in need throughout the different food drives. Volunteers are pillars of generosity in our community.
Of people and their families in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges will have a healthier and more joyful holiday. And on behalf of this entire House, I say thank you. Great job.
The Honourable Member for
West Nepean.
Sure. The holiday season is here, a time of giving and sharing with those around us. However, every year during this season, Canadians throw away 540,000 tons of wrapping paper and gift bags, which are not recyclable. This was brought to my attention by the elementary school students at Woodruff Avenue Public School Craft Fair. By creating homemade ornaments, reused gift bags, and compost bags made out of old newspapers, these students are demonstrating how to celebrate this holiday season in an eco-friendly manner. I was delighted to see the drive and dedication of these young entrepreneurs from my riding. Je tiens à féliciter.
I want to congratulate these students for showing leadership in the fight against climate change.
I encourage Canadians to follow the lead of these students and to reduce their waste this holiday season. Merry Christmas.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, November 24th may be a normal day for Canada, but it was a good day for democracy in Hong Kong. Participation in the district council election was peaceful and orderly. Voters turned out in record numbers and made a clear statement in support of democracy. It was an honor to serve as an independent observer, and from what I saw, execution of the election was open, fair, and transparent. This is a tremendous achievement for a city that has for so long been crippled by turmoil. Here in Canada, democracy, freedom, and the rule of law are essential to our way of life and must be nurtured and protected. As a Canadian immigrant born in Hong Kong, I am truly blessed to be a member of Parliament here in my home country of Canada. I would like to thank the people of Steveston, Richmond East for giving me this opportunity to serve them. And I wish you and all members of this House and your family a Merry Christmas, Joyeux Noël. Thank you.
Bravo. Honourable Member for Nepean.
Speaker, I would like to thank the residents of Nepean for electing me again to represent them in this Parliament. I promise to continue to work hard for them. In particular, I'll focus on the transit, community, and cultural infrastructure requirements of Nepean, in addition to work on creating high-quality jobs for my constituents' benefits. I will also continue to work on affordable housing, securing retirement income benefits, and safeguarding Canada's position in the global knowledge-based economy. I will continue to recognize and celebrate cultures and heritage of all ethnicities, like the recent Hindu Heritage Day on the Parliament Hill. I will also work to encourage new Canadians all across Canada to take active interest in our great democratic process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton.
I'd like to take this moment, Mr. Speaker, my first time commanding the floor, for a full statement to thank the constituents of Carleton for re-electing me. It was an opportunity this last campaign to reach out to countless residents. We knocked on 160,000 doors, and in fact, we even had multiple visits, 3 visits from the Prime Minister to my riding. We were thinking about even setting aside a nice condo so that he could have a place to stay every time he came. But I encourage members of all parties, all members, to come and visit the historic riding of Carleton, once represented by the great John A. Macdonald, a great symbol of Eastern Ontario's thriving mill towns back in the Victorian age. But today, among the most modern places in the world, the people there work hard, They build their communities. They have a strong sense of neighborliness and community effort. It is an honor to represent them. I thank them all, and I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas.
Outstanding.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Yesterday, the people of the United Kingdom went to the ballot box. And, Mr. Speaker, it was a great success for the Conservative and Unionist Party. The world's oldest and most successful political party, our sister party, was re-elected for a fourth mandate, putting Prime Minister Boris Johnson at the helm of a majority government. Despite a history of success, the party of Disraeli, Churchill, and Thatcher notched another new record last night. The Tories are the first government in British history to be re-elected 3 times while scoring an increasing share of the vote every time. This result also reminds us, Speaker, that when elites try to substitute their own judgment for the will of the people will have the final say. And Conservatives are united when they focus on the people. Conservatives will win. Congratulations, Prime Minister Johnson.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, what we heard from this government since the renegotiations of NAFTA began is that what we had at each stave, as Voltaire says, is the best of all worlds. Canadians were included in the agreement. And now we have supply management and the aluminum industry that feels neglected. We need transparency. What we have seen today is better than what we saw last year, but this happened after the government told us that it was already the best possible agreement. As New Democrats, we are looking at this agreement carefully. We need to guarantee that Canadians are included transparently from the beginning. In the future, we need to ensure that we can truly negotiate the best agreement possible instead of rushing to any kind of agreement, no matter what it includes. The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Hollywood Critics Association named Denis Villeneuve Director of the Decade. It's the newest height in a career of highs. In his first feature film, 31st of August on Earth, Denis Villeneuve was picked as Canada's representative for the best foreign film at the Oscars. He put the darkest event in our history on film with Polytechnique and the most tragic drama with Incendie. He made his first Hollywood feature film, Prisoners, and stood out for it. He brought Hollywood to us to film Arrival in Montreal and Saint-Fabien. He demonstrated his courage by tackling the Blade Runner sequel, and I can tell you that it's better than the first one. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Villeneuve brings us into his world. And as a fan, I would say that he has really made his mark on the cinema in Quebec and around the world.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
The ghost of Cousin Past haunts us still on both sides of the aisle. 'Twas just before Christmas and the 6-week-long break, which after 6 days of hard work, all we members must take. The PM could not nestle all snug in his bed any time the election replayed in his head. In votes he'd come second, but of seats he'd won most. He had newfound love for first past the post. Far more voters had liked the Conservative pitch, but we got fewer seats, which is just such a letdown. The Bloc had 32 members, including our Dean, who seems like he's been here since 1915. New Dems really miss Layton's vote-winning flair. They may even miss Thomas Mulcair. We're glad to be joined by our dear friends, the Greens, 3 MPs from 2 coasts. Sadly, no in-betweens. An independent MP is now here from BC, who's got plenty to say about SNC. In a minority, perhaps, the best gift we can give is if we all learn to live and let live.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in the House of Commons for my first remarks, and I would like to thank the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh for putting their trust in me to be their voice in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 38th anniversary of the declaration of martial law in Poland by the communist dictatorship. Thousands of members of Solidarity, the first independent trade union in the Soviet bloc, were rounded up and imprisoned. In the middle of the night, the secret police came to our door and arrested my father. After the crackdown, Canada opened its doors to over 6,000 Polish immigrants and political refugees like my family, who contributed their skills and energy to building communities across Canada, while at the same time supporting the struggle for freedom in their homeland. Today, we honor the brave spirit of the workers and members of the Solidarity movement and recognize Canada's role in providing safe harbor to those who fled communist persecution. Thank you, Canada. How can we ever thank you enough?
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thanks to this Prime Minister, many Canadians are being left out in the cold. 13% more people can't pay their credit cards. Half of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to make ends meet, and 27% more working Canadians are having to turn to food banks. All Canadians want for Christmas is a government that's going to take this seriously. When will this Prime Minister change course on the economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadians have seen their household debt levels rise in recent years, in large part due to strength in the housing market. That is why we took prudent actions to address pockets of risk and support long-term affordability. We were also putting more money back in their pockets of middle-class Canadians by cutting taxes and increasing the Canada Child Benefit. Our government will remain focused on making life more affordable for Canadians, especially the middle class and people working hard to join it.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, the ghosts of Christmas past are not going to help Canadians today and in the future. What kind of holidays are the 71,000 Canadians who lost their jobs last month going to have? Or the workers at the GM plant that's closing? Or the thousands in the aerospace industry or at CN Rail that have lost their jobs? Or the over 200,000 in the oil and gas sector who are out of work? The finance minister says he's not worried about the economy. If this isn't enough to worry him, then just what is?
The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you again to my honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that despite a strong and growing economy, many Canadians are still facing and having trouble making ends meet. We're firmly focused on creating more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians across the country. We know there's much more work to do, and we will continue to make life more affordable and create more opportunities for middle-class Canadians. I'm looking forward to working with the honourable member and making sure we find ways to grow our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, Canada's economy is falling behind, and it's this government's fault. Foreign direct investment has dropped by 56%, chased to our competitors by this Prime Minister. Canada's unemployment rate is significantly higher than the US, the UK, Germany, Japan. Our economic growth is flat while the U.S. is up by 4%. Canada lost 71,000 jobs while the U.S. created 266,000. Canada is on the brink of a made-in-Canada recession. When will this Prime Minister take it seriously and just change course?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, with the growing uncertainty around the world, Canada's economy is continuing to remain strong. We are focused on building an economy that works for everyone. Canadians created over 1 million jobs, and unemployment is at its lowest rate in 40 years. 900,000 Canadians were lifted out of poverty, including 300,000 children. We know that there's still work to do, and we will continue to work to make life more affordable and to create better-paying jobs for middle-class Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member for her arrival at in the cabinet, but she can't say that the Canadian economy is doing well. Last week, 71,000 people lost their jobs, including 45,000 in Quebec. Foreign investment as well, Mr. Speaker, is plummeting. It's 56% lower than last year. That's why 2 weeks ago we asked for an economic update. We only have a few hours in this House before adjournment. Will the government do what it needs to do? In other words, publish this economic update. The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that despite economic growth in Canada, for all too many families, they are having a hard time making ends meet. We're focused on building an economy that works for everyone. Consequently, Canadians created over 1 million jobs, and unemployment is at its lowest rate. We know there's still a lot of work to do, and we will continue to work to make life more affordable and to create better-paying jobs for Canadians. Between now and Christmas, we will be updating our economic plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that unemployment is going up in Canada. 71,000 people lost their jobs. Unemployment increased to 5.6%. We're no longer at the head of the G7 countries. In fact, we're much lower down the list, and that's concerning. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to see that the government is not holding up its parliamentary responsibilities. The economic update should be done here in the House so that ministers can be accountable. Why is the government hiding this economic update, and why won't it enthusiastically table that document here before parliamentarians in the House of Commons? The Honourable Minister. Thank you once again to my honourable colleague for his question. Between now and the holidays, we will be updating our economic plan. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that despite economic growth in Canada, far too many families aren't feeling the effects of that, and they're having a hard time making ends meet. So we will continue to work together to ensure that we take the necessary steps to help Canadians live in a country where the standard of living is high. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, unlike Canada, the Americans know how to negotiate. The American government, which is in a minority position as well, decided to increase its negotiating power. They got the Democrats' priorities through and managed to negotiate things like the price of medication and labor rights. Not so in Canada. Our government decided to go it alone and wasn't strong enough to defend our aluminum workers. And now the government is saying, well, it's this or nothing. Why is the government refusing to see the incredible support in Quebec and to get protections for our aluminum workers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course I want to thank everyone who's involved in the new NAFTA negotiations, particularly the aluminum workers who worked very hard with the government on this. The president of the Aluminum Association of Canada, Jean Simard, said that the new NAFTA would help strengthen Canada's relationship with its main trading partner, the U.S., and he even mentioned the exceptional work carried out by the Trudeau government, and he encouraged everyone to put pressure on the Bloc Québécois to support the ratification of the deal. I'd like to remind members that when they refer to someone, they need to refer to them by their title and not their name. I know that sometimes things slip out in the heat of the moment, but I think this is a good opportunity to remind everyone of that. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Aluminum Association isn't made up of workers only. It's also represented by Rio Tinto. Foreign multinationals like Rio Tinto don't care if their aluminum is made in India or China rather than Quebec, as long as they make money and they can supply the American market through Mexico. Mr. Speaker, That doesn't help Quebec. It doesn't help my region. It doesn't help create jobs for our local workers. Why won't the government fight to protect aluminum workers in the same way it protected steel workers, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, our government has always supported our steel and aluminum workers in Quebec and around Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government fought hard to lift the U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum, and today the new NAFTA offers extra guarantees for the steel and aluminum industry. Today with this NAFTA, Mr. Speaker, 70% of the aluminum contained in a NAFTA car must come from North America. At the moment, the current NAFTA guarantees nothing, Mr. Speaker. This agreement is better for Quebec and better for all of Canada.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, Liberals, Conservatives and the Bloc voted against making life better for Canadians. They voted against affordable housing, they voted against a real fight against the climate crisis, and they voted against national universal pharmacare for all. These are all things that Canadians desperately need and want. Donc, ma question, comment...
So my question is, how can people believe the Liberals when it's clear that they say one thing and do another?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we all know that no Canadian should have to choose between paying for prescriptions and putting food on their tables. We've already done more than any other government in a generation to lower drug prices, and now is time to take that final step. Sitting down with provinces and territories to implement pharmacare guided by the HoC report. This will build, Mr. Speaker, on steps we've already taken, including new rules on patented drugs that will save Canadians close to $13 billion. We will not rest until Canadians can get and afford the medication that they need.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, more rhetoric, but as people saw yesterday, there's been no real action. The secret agreement with Volkswagen shows that the Liberals are ready to hide their inaction on climate change.
6 meetings with various government departments, including the Prime Minister's office. Volkswagen got a special deal. No other accused gets to speak with the government before striking their plea deal. So my question is, why did the Liberal government and the Prime Minister's office give such special treatment to this massive corporate fraud?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for his question, and he's asking about our government's agenda. It's focused on the middle class. That's why since 2015, we have seen over 1 million jobs created, and that is because we're building partnerships with the private sector to bring in foreign direct investment. That is why we're also addressing concerns for middle-class Canadians by investing in measures like the Canada Child Benefit. This has helped lift 300,000 kids out of poverty, and overall we have seen a reduction of 900,000 individuals lift themselves out of poverty. That's our track record, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister wasn't able to reassure aluminum workers when she met with Mr. Malte yesterday. Mexico will be able to use aluminum that wasn't produced or poured in North America. And as long as Mexico doesn't have stringent regulations on imports, those workers will be concerned. Can the government clarify the impact that the new NAFTA will have on our workers in the regions and actually put forward some concrete solutions? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, of course, we understand that aluminum workers are important to regional economies in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and across Quebec. That's why we've always been there standing shoulder to shoulder with them. We were there when the Americans imposed tariffs. We were there to defend them and to get those tariffs lifted. We were also there to compensate for the losses associated with those tariffs, and we are there now to ensure that they have access to the American market. Aluminum workers in Quebec can count on our government, and we will continue to have good conversations with them. Thank you.
Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Finance Minister to bring forward a fall economic update to respond to the 71,000 job losses in November. He said no. I asked the finance minister to bring in an action plan to help relieve the burden of the half of Canadians who are $200 away from insolvency. He said no again. I asked him to take any action to salvage Canada's declining economy. He said no. We wanted more yes, and we got more no. Mr. Speaker, when will the finance minister tell Canadians what he will do to get this economy back on track?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and comment. On October 21st, Canadians chose to continue moving forward with an economic plan focused on investing in them and rejected a short-sighted conservative vision of cuts and austerity. Criticizing the state of Canada's economic is not a plan. It does not help people or build resilience in communities across the country. While we will always remain vigilant to any potential risks to our economy, Canada has a stable and resilient financial sector, and we will continue to work on this economy.
Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals talk about investment. The people who are out of work now would like to know how they can invest for their own future. The people who are $200 away from financial insolvency. The 13% increase in the number of Canadians who have claimed insolvency. All of these people are asking how they will not just invest, but actually pay their bills. How can this government, in good conscience, go for Christmas vacation while so many are suffering so much?
The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Since day one, our government has been working to strengthen and grow the middle class. People want an affordable place to call home. They want a good education for their kids. They want an ability to save for a secure and dignified retirement. That's who we're focused on. And it's why our very first act this mandate is to lower their taxes. I look forward to working with the member opposite as we make life more affordable for middle-class Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Some of the most frightening data that came out recently was that this week with regards to the 7-year high in non-mortgage credit defaults. Now, in simple terms, that means people can't pay their credit card bills. They're up to their eyeballs. They can't pay their bills, so they're putting them on their credit card. Then they can't pay the credit card bill, and then they can't pay the interest, and this problem compounds on top of itself. We would expect the government to take urgent action to unleash our private sector to create jobs and relieve the burden of our workers. Why didn't they do that just in time for Christmas?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, with the growing uncertainty around the world, Canada's economy remains strong. We're focused on building an economy that works for everyone, and consequently, middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets. We will continue to fund services that support Canadians. And the Canadian economy has one of the best growth records among G7 countries. We know there's still a lot to do, and we will continue to work to make life more affordable and to create better-paying jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a challenge that you face when you're a proud Atlantic Canadian is the feeling of being forgotten. And that's the case still today, as the Liberals forgot that Montreal isn't part of the Atlantic region. They appointed an HoC minister from Montreal. Since they took office, the Liberals have never appointed anyone from my region to that position. Mr. Speaker, when will this government start respecting the Atlantic region and give it proper representation that it deserves? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I had the opportunity to be in Moncton and Halifax last week to meet with people who work for HoC. And I was supported by my parliamentary secretary from the region to talk about investments there. But I would remind everyone that even though there was an HoC minister under his government, well, they made $50 million in cuts to HoC. So I think that that's not great for supporting a region either. We will be there for the people of the Atlantic region. The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this failed government's failed economic policies have led to the recent news of 71,000 jobs lost nationwide. And this will hit home in my riding, where 200 people at Web.com Centre in Yarmouth will be lost as a result of the company's departure. Being so close to Christmas, this of course is devastating. So my question is, what will this government do to reassure those workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course I will be supported by a great MP for Matawaska-Ristigouche coming from the region to make sure that we make the right investments. Of course, our hearts and our thoughts are with the families of the people affected, and we want to make sure that we create opportunities for them and that we're there while some parts of the country are facing economic downturns. I will be willing to work with my colleague to make sure that we can find solutions for people affected by this decision. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, in anticipation of the Prime Minister's meeting with the Premier of Quebec, I think we should remember that Mr. Legault had asked for companies under federal jurisdiction, such as banks, interprovincial transport companies, and airports, be subject to the French language charter when they are operating in Quebec. This is something that the Bloc Québécois has been supporting for a long time. Quebecers care about the French language, Mr. Speaker. So, will the government hear Quebec on this issue and subject federal companies to the provisions of Bill 101? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we recognize the importance of the French language in the country, particularly in Quebec, and we know that we need to play a role to protect linguistic minorities in Quebec and outside of Quebec. So I will be pleased to work with this House on updating the Official Languages Act in order to protect both of our official languages and to have access to a strong bilingual policy, which is at the heart of our values and our vision for this country. The Honourable Member from Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec was unanimous. Quebecers want a single tax return form. This is feasible without job losses. Premier Legault made such a formal request during the last election. This afternoon's meeting with the Quebec Premier is a good opportunity for this government to finally show some respect for the National Assembly and respect its will. Will the Prime Minister commit to setting up a single tax return form which would be administered by Quebec, since that's what Quebecers want? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the CRA employs many people in Quebec and is a significant economic driver in the regions of Quebec. In Rimouski, in Abitibi, in Shawinigan, and Jonquière, we have always been very clear. We will never jeopardize those jobs. That said, we will continue to work with Revenue Quebec to simplify Quebecers' tax return forms, and our government is ceaselessly improving the services provided by the CRA in order to make a real difference in the lives of Quebecers.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Liberals offered up the welfare of residents of British Columbia seniors' homes to a Chinese company with no experience in seniors' care, perhaps as an offering ahead of a free trade agreement that never happened. Since then, that company's been seized by the Chinese government, and today a third Anbon-owned seniors' home has had to have its operations taken over because of deplorable living conditions. How much of these seniors, how much do they have to suffer before the Liberals will act?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her question. This is obviously a very important issue, and the safety and well-being of seniors is of utmost priority. As she knows, the provincial government in British Columbia is responsible for health care. and they have put forward a rigorous standard of care on all operators. With respect to the Invest in Canada Act, which I'm responsible for, Mr. Speaker, we're monitoring and making sure that those obligations are met, and we will take swift actions if those obligations are not met, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, I would suggest that neglect, abuse, hygiene issues, everything that's led to this takeover is an action that requires some sort of review under the act that he's responsible for. Come on, abdicating responsibility to the provincial government when these seniors are suffering? It's ridiculous. When will he take his responsibility under the act, review this transaction, and make sure that these seniors have a better life?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we understand that this is very difficult and challenging for the seniors, and we want to make sure that their well-being is of the utmost priority. But with respects to health care, the rigorous standards are applied by the provincial government. They are overseeing the operators, and they will make sure that those obligations are met. But with respect to jobs and the footprint with regards to Cedar Tree, those are legal obligations under the Investment Canada Act, and we will make sure that they follow through on those obligations, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. Veterans Affairs is shutting down mental health services for veterans' families while they create new criteria. Family members are going to have to reapply, and they are terrified because they know that right now Veterans Affairs has a backlog of over 40,000 cases. The Liberal government, in their throne speech, promised better mental health care for our veterans and their families. So why are veterans' spouses and their children being punished when the Minister of Veterans Affairs allowed back to fund a criminal who is incarcerated for the murder of a policewoman?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I can confirm to my honourable colleague that my department has not changed its policy regarding mental health services for family members. If support to family members is required as part of Veterans Treatment Plan, they will receive that support. But if a family member is incarcerated, we will not duplicate services with Correctional Services Canada.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, this week, lawyers for the government were in court, trying to block a court order directing the lobbying commissioner to reconsider an investigation into the possible breach of the Lobbying Act related to the Prime Minister's illegal trip to Billionaire Island. This government has one hallmark, and that is ethical breaches, and then trying to cover them up. Why is this government trying to block the investigation into this scandal at every turn? What does the Prime Minister have to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you take a look at over the last few years, one of the things that stands out is whether it's the Ethics Commissioner, whether it's the independence of the elections officers, any of the independent officers you will find on this side of the House, we respect and listen to the decisions that are made and follow through on them, unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable members, because when somebody asks a question, we want to hear what the question is. Just like when somebody answers the question, we want to hear it. And shouting across the floor impedes that right that we have as members. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, it's easy to be cynical about the budget speech. Fine words about the importance of pharmacare, but only certain steps towards it. People need a full system now. And suggesting a study on universal dental care guaranteed to take years when we proposed a doable system that would benefit half the families in Newfoundland and Labrador right away. I've talked to many people who really need this. Mr. Speaker, will the government amend their tax plan so that money goes to dental care for the millions who need it now instead of a tax break for those wealthy enough not to need one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we've said in the House before, we will listen, we will collaborate, we will work with the other parties in this House to see what is best for Canadians, and we will consider all options for what is best under National Farm Care. But, Mr. Speaker, I will say that unlike the NDP, we've done our homework. And when it comes to something as big and as important as pharmacare, we need, Canadians demand that we get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last spring, New Democrats worked with the Liberals and together presented a motion with a goal to prevent and end homelessness for veterans by 2025. Now, veterans deserve action. In Vancouver alone, over 100 veterans are living on the streets, and sadly, this is happening across this beautiful country. Will the minister commit to working with us to provide this House a fully developed and funded plan to end veteran homelessness now?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague, and I know she's fully sincere in this issue, and so is the government, to make sure that even one homeless veteran is one veteran too many. I can assure you in my mandate letter that's one of the things that the Prime Minister has indicated to me, that we have to make sure that every veteran has a home. We will work to make sure that this takes place. And I thank my honourable colleague for the question.
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
As my first time rising in this Parliament, I'd like to thank my family for their unfailing support, my team for their extraordinary hard work, and the people of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for once again returning me to this distinguished place. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous peoples have a right of self-determination, yet there are many barriers that remaining preventing them from accessing these rights. Would the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations please inform us what this government is doing to change this in British Columbia?
Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
I thank the member for his question, for his advocacy on this really important topic. In August, the new Recognition and Reconciliation of Rights policy for treaty negotiations in British Columbia was signed with the Government of British Columbia and the First Nations Summit. Treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements negotiated in BC will affirm Indigenous rights without cede, surrender, or extinguishment. This will revolutionize the negotiation process with BC First Nations and accelerate self-determination. Right. It reinforces our commitment to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and outlines the new relationship.
Excellent. Honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clean, burning, liquefied natural gas is a fantastic Canadian product that we should be exporting around the world. Not tomorrow, yesterday. We should be proudly championing this great industry, as Canada's provincial and territorial leaders recently agreed unanimously. But our environmental minister's recent comments show he doesn't care about creating jobs or exporting clean energy, or he would be the champion for it. Why won't this government stand up for Canadian LNG?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is the first time that I rise in this 43rd Parliament. I want to thank the residents of Sudbury for having the confidence in me to represent them again in this beautiful House. Thank you. When it comes to LNG, Canada is well positioned to become a major player in the global LNG industry with proposed projects in the West and in the East. We have strong measures in place to attract investment while also reducing emissions. After securing the single largest private sector investment in Canadian history, it's clear our plan is working. We will continue to take action to ensure Canada is on track to become the world's cleanest producer of LNG and reach global markets. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, today is Friday the 13th. Namesake of one of the longest-running horror movie franchises in history. And it can't help but to remind me of the Liberals' No More Pipelines bill and its effect on the Western Canadian resource sector. Will the Liberal government amend Bill C-69 so pipeline projects stop disappearing like teenagers in a bad horror movie?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The legislation that was there before was called CIA 2012, and everybody in the energy sector wanted a change. Why? No projects was moving ahead, and if they were, there was duplications and delays. With Bill C-69, the Impact Assessment Act, it is clear there will be one review for one project. The mining industry is supportive of this act. We are discussing with the provinces to make sure that as we implement it, we hear the concerns and we move forward in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, many people in my riding of Edmonton Millwoods and right across Alberta are hurting. In fact, unemployment rates amongst young men is approaching 20%, something that we haven't seen in almost 40 years. And we are in this crisis because of Liberal policies like C-69. Yet the Liberals have refused to make changes to their No More Pipelines bill. When will the Liberals make changes to C-69 that will help Albertans and all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovations.
The member opposite full well knows with respects to investments in Alberta, we've seen the production and the advancement of the TMX file, which has created 2,200 good, well-paying jobs that have already started. And also, I want to highlight the fact that we made significant investments in Interpipeline and the CKPC, a $100 million investment which will help create 400 jobs and at the same time establish 4,000 new construction jobs as well. These are the types of investments we continue to make while they talk down the economy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has promised to listen really hard to Western Canada. I'm wondering if he's heard this resounding scream of 180,000 lost jobs, the squealing tires of $100 billion of investment leaving this country, or the alarm bells ringing as resource producers are forced to accept a value for a resource far below world price, all because of this government's inaction. Will the government take out its earplugs and recognize that their approach to building energy infrastructure in Canada, embodied in Bill C-69, is fatally flawed and amend this dreadful bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, under our government, we've secured the single largest private sector investment in Canadian history with LNG Canada. It's going to create 10,000 jobs. We did the hard work necessary on TMX. Again, the pipes are in the ground right now, creating over 4,000 jobs in Alberta alone. We unlocked over $8 billion in petrochemical investments in the greater Edmonton region, creating another hundreds of jobs. We've approved the Line 3 replacement project, and it is online and in service here on the Canadian side. We will continue working hard for the energy sector and creating those great jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamatisse-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's Premier, François Legault, will be meeting with the Prime Minister in a few hours. As a reminder, during the election campaign, Mr. Legault wanted Quebec's environmental laws to be applied at all times, even for federal projects. But during the first week of Parliament, the government voted against this legitimate request from Quebec. Mr. Speaker, how will the Prime Minister justify such an affront to Quebec to Mr. Legault? And why is he refusing to give precedence to the most rigorous environmental legislation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We are working in a constructive manner with all provinces and territories of Canada. Environmental issues are both federal and provincial jurisdiction, but we're working together on these issues. We're continuing to work with all members of this House and all provinces to fight climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, here's a reminder for the Prime Minister before he meets with the Premier later today, Quebec Premier. During the election campaign, Mr. Legault demanded that the federal government respect Quebec's jurisdiction. He wanted an unconditional right to withdrawal with full financial compensation every time the federal government meddles with our provincial jurisdiction. But the throne speech is rife with interference. If you delete these bits, the entire text would fit into a Christmas card. How could the Prime Minister justify telling Mr. Legault that he wants to decide everything, even when he lacks the expertise? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, the Prime Minister and the Premier Legault will have a wonderful conversation today. One of the points on the agenda will certainly be the importance of supporting NAFTA so we can protect jobs across Quebec and the country, and we'll be working on several common priorities. Thank you.
For Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week I heard from Laura, who's a greenhouse grower in my riding. She said, I was paying the farm gas bill today. I noticed the federal carbon tax was even more than the HST. Also, the HST is calculated after the carbon tax, so we are being taxed twice. Carbon tax should not be taxed at our HST. The Liberals have spent the last 4 years making life harder and more unaffordable for Canadians. Simple question. Why are the Liberals making Canadians like Laura pay a tax on a tax?
Parliamentary Secretary.
for his question. Our government knows that Canadian farmers are part of the climate change solution. That is why our pollution pricing policy reflects the realities of Canada's agricultural industry, and both gasoline and diesel fuels for on-farm use will be exempted from pricing pollution under the federal backstop. We will continue to work with our experts and stakeholders on the best ways to cut pollution and support farmers to ensure that we get this right, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, farmers across Western Canada are being forced to pay a carbon tax to dry their crops after a wet and difficult harvest. Many of those farmers are drying canola and still have no timeline when they will be able to sell their product to China, our largest export market for canola.
What a shame.
Can the Minister of Agriculture tell Canadian farmers what plan they have, if any, to restore market access to China, and tell this House if the government will immediately remove the carbon tax from cost of drying their grain?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Once again, we are working with the canola producers and their representatives to make sure that we make the right moves, and we work in collaboration with the provinces as well. We're working hard to diversify the markets. We are having technical discussions between CFI and the Chinese officials. We have the Ambassador Barton who is in the field working very hard as well. So you can be sure, Mr. Speaker, that we are taking this very seriously. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal record on the economy is one of higher taxes, massive deficit spending, and rising job losses. Recent numbers from Stats Canada show that since the imposition of the federal carbon tax in my province of Saskatchewan, job losses have increased. Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals claim they want to listen to Saskatchewan while they are taking active steps to hurt us with a carbon tax meant to destroy our economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's be clear, Canadians voted for climate action. We've got a credible and affordable plan with over 50 measures to cut pollution, support clean growth, and make life more affordable for Canadians. We put a price on carbon pollution because it's a cost-effective way to cut emissions and create good jobs while leaving a majority of families better off, Mr. Speaker. Fighting climate change shouldn't be a partisan issue, and we look forward to working with all members of this House to advance our carbon reduction targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our energy sector has a long history of creating prosperity and opportunity for Canadians. However, this sector has been going through the most difficult time, which has caused stress and hardship for workers, families, and communities. I know our government has made market access, especially access to new markets, a priority so we can support the hardworking Canadians in the energy sector. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please update the House on projects underway in Canada that will increase market access?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for his very important question. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, the Minister was in Atchison, Alberta, to mark a very important milestone, the beginning of construction on the Spread 1 of the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. On top of this, the Canadian portion of the Line 3 replacement project, which our government approved, came online at the beginning of December. Mr. Speaker, this is very good news for workers in our energy sector and for all Canadians. These projects are proof of what happens when we do the hard work necessary to move forward in the right way every step of the way. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, tragically, on Canadian Forces baseboard and in my riding, there were recently 2 suicides. The Minister of Defence once said, "One suicide is too many." I agree. There are 3,000 plus families rotating through Borden. Families struggle to find access to primary care and psychiatry services. The CAO of my local hospital has offered to bring psychiatry services to the base with support from this federal government. So I ask the Minister, is he open to listening to creative local solutions to help soldiers who need psychiatry services?
Great question. Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, one suicide is too many when it comes to our Canadian Armed Forces members. We are investing in our mental health services with a joint suicide prevention strategy with the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And yes, I am open to not only your member opposite, but all members of this House for any ideas that they might have to making sure that we provide the right support to our veterans. Thank you.
Honourable member for Dufferin Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with the Dufferin Federation of Agriculture, all hardworking farmers in my riding. They are suffering from a lack of market access for soybean and canola as a result of unresolved trade disputes. In the U.S., the government is stepping up with the $28 billion program, Market Facilitation Program. Other than
words like "we stand with" or "we always support." What is this government actually doing to support soybean and canola farmers?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We stand with our partners and the farmers because this is very important. It is a priority for us. I spend a lot of time talking to stakeholders and farmers themselves. We have a strategy that we have developed with them to reopen the market in China and diversify our market. Next week, I will be meeting with the ministers of agriculture from the provinces and the territories because we are committed to improve our business risk management programs as well, because we know the risks have changed through the recent years in terms of climate, in terms of trade, and we are committed to improve the business risk management suite. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, concerns are rising about the Liberals' focus on legal firearms owners versus efforts to stop gangs and guns. The Liberals are proposing a gun buyback program that could cost billions of dollars, much more than they've spent actually combating gang crime. The members of clubs like the Napanee Rod and Gun Club and the Bancroft Fish and Game Club worry that the Liberals will target them instead of actual criminals. Can the government explain how their approach will be effective when we know that existing laws are not even being followed by criminals?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the member opposite for the question and give him the opportunity to understand some of the significant investments our government has actually made in combating guns and gang violence. We have allocated and dispersed to the provinces right across Canada $347 million to invest in policing and in our courts to ensure that people who are engaged in violent criminal activity with guns are held to proper account. We've made significant investment in policing, but we also know that if we are going to keep our communities safe, we have to ensure that our gun control laws keep guns out of the hands of criminals. We are prepared to act to keep communities safe.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, our government made a commitment 4 years ago to invest in Canadians and their communities. And for 4 years, that's exactly what we did. Canadians across the country have, including the people from Mississauga Lakeshore, benefited from our government's investments, including investments in public transit and clean water systems. Now that he's returned to this House, can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please provide an update on the government's infrastructure plan moving forward? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. And I'm very proud to be managing the government's infrastructure plan, a plan that allowed us to approve more than 48,000 projects and that improves the lives of Canadians, also with public transit projects and affordable housing. But we're just getting started, Mr. Speaker. In the coming years, we're going to focus on this success and invest in sustainable projects that are essential to the future of our country while making our country more resilient to climate change. Thank you.
For Hamilton Centre.
When asked about the constructive dismissal of senior anti-racism expert Manjot Bains for her work on, wait for it, anti-racism, the minister said employees work under a specific code of conduct. And Ms. Bains says that she would have had been required to take loyalty training in order to keep her job. Loyalty training. She was reportedly constructively dismissed for sharing her disappointment in the Prime Minister for his multiple displays of brown and blackface. How can this government dismantle white supremacy when their own anti-racism experts can't even talk about it publicly?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my member opposite for the very, very important question. Mr. Speaker, as a white, straight, cisgendered male, I acknowledge my own privilege. I have never and will never experience racism, bigotry, or homophobia. Darkening your face, regardless of the context or the circumstances, is always unacceptable because of this racist history and the practice. We in this House have a mutually held obligation, every member, to continue to work hard towards a racism-free society in Canada. Thank you for the important question.
And that's all the questions for today. But while I have your attention, I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. And more importantly, j'aimerais vous remercier.
I would like to thank you for the gift of allowing me the honor to represent you as Speaker in this chair.
Servant. Merci. Bonnes vacances à tous.
Have a very happy holiday.
Merry Christmas. À l'ordre.
Order.
If you can hear my voice, please say shh. I just want to remind the honourable members that we do have to continue business until 2:30 this afternoon. It's wonderful to see you all getting along and shaking hands and wishing each other Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, but if you don't mind just taking it to the lobbies or even in the hallway and give yourselves hugs there, and do it quietly if you don't mind. I believe we have a point of order from New Westminster Burnaby. The honourable member.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a question or a point of privilege that I wish to raise, and I will do it as briefly as possible. It is something that was raised yesterday during question period, and I will come back to this in a moment. It's a first routine proceeding since yesterday's question period.
Appreciate the opportunity to present this question of privilege today. And as I know you are very, very well aware, Mr. Speaker, this House has the power to punish contempt, which explicitly includes disobeying an order of this House. And I will cite House of Commons Procedure and Practice, page 81, that reads in this way, quote, any disregard of or attack on the rights, powers, and immunities of the House and its members, either by an outside person or body or by a member of the House, is referred to as a breach of privilege and is punishable by the House. There are, however, other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of these specifically defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands. And as you're well aware, Mr. Speaker, even in other parliaments worldwide, including the United Kingdom, we have had decisions that have been made by speakers in regards to this. The United Kingdom Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege also attempted to provide a list of some types of contempt in its 1999 report. One of them that I will cite is without reasonable excuse disobeying an order of this House or committee. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this Wednesday, past Wednesday, December 11th, the member from Timmins James Bay rose to present a motion that passed and provided clear direction, and it reads as following. Quote, that the House call on the government to comply with the historic ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ordering the end of discrimination against First Nations children, including by A, fully complying with all orders made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, as well as ensuring that children and their families do not have to testify their trauma in court. And B, establishing a legislative funding plan for future years that will end the systemic shortfalls in First Nations child welfare. Now, the member from Timmins James Bay rose. It was adopted, as you know, Mr. Speaker, unanimously by this House. Now, quickly referencing the Oxford Canadian Dictionary, a call-on can also be defined as a demand, which constitutes clear direction. And the definition of comply, again, to the Oxford Canadian Dictionary, is to act in accordance with a command, regulation, etc. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Parliament required the government to comply with the decision of the courts, and the courts said the following, that racial systemic discrimination that Canada committed had the impact of leaving First Nations children living on reserve or in the Yukon due to poverty, lack of housing, or housing considered appropriate, or due to negligence, alcoholism, or drug dependency, were placed outside of their homes and their communities, and particularly with regard to alcoholism and drug dependencies. These children were not able to benefit from other prevention services that would have allowed them to remain safely at home with their families and their communities. These children have suffered moral discrimination that justifies the maximum compensation of $20 million. The court orders the government to pay $20,000 to all children taken out of their homes and communities since January 1st, 2006.
Speaker is very clear. And in question period yesterday, the government response showed a willful disregard of the direction that was given by this House, both outside and inside Parliament. First, in CBC News Online, they quote the Minister of Indigenous Services saying that the government has no plans to drop the court challenge. And then yesterday in question period in this House, the Minister of Indigenous Services said nothing about our commitment to implement other orders from the CHRT or reforming child and family services, for that matter, changes. Nothing changes. In effect, in reply to a question from the member from Timmins James Bay, he said the government is simply not changing their fashion of proceeding. Now, this is unprecedented, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, and is a procedural gray area. There's no jurisprudence nor speaker's ruling that specifically covers such a situation. And we certainly went many decades back late into the evening last night, Mr. Speaker. Now, the closest equivalent, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, was from Speaker Milliken on March 8, 2005 in relation to Bill C-31 and Bill C-32. Bills that proposed to create a Department of International Trade separate from the Department of Foreign Affairs. In that instance, despite seeing legislation enabling departmental reorganizations defeated in the House, the government continued with its plan to split the departments. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you'll recall with that ruling, Speaker Milliken ruled that no breach of privilege had occurred, in large part because Parliament had, both in terms of order in council, provided the direction to the government. He also cited the main estimates. In other words, there was ambiguity about the direction that was received from the House. Also, the Speaker mentioned that the comments were outside the House. And so he questioned the validity of those comments, the accuracy of the quotation. Now, in this case, Mr. Speaker, we rely on Hanser, and the quotes are very direct and present in this House. However, Speaker Milliken expressed serious concern. That is not to say that the comments, if reported accurately, do not concern me. I can fully appreciate the frustration of the House and confusion of honorary members, let alone those who follow parliamentary affairs from outside this chamber. And as Speaker Milliken asked, how can decisions of this House be without practical consequences? That's from page 53 of the selected decisions of Speaker Milliken on the decision rendered on March 23, 2005. So there's an ambiguity, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be carefully regarded and decided upon by you. Of course, the House of Commons is supreme and has issued direction to the government. The government has stated in this House that nothing has changed, and I would submit that this is in breach of the privileges of the House. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, ultimately it is up to the House to decide if its privileges have been infringed upon and if the government is in contempt. And as you well know, the role of the Speaker is to determine whether this matter warrants further discussion in this chamber. And I would ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege and allow space for members of this House to determine if this warrants being reviewed by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And particularly in a minority parliament, Mr. Speaker, this is of fundamental importance. Now, of course, you will be studying my submission, and perhaps other members would want to weigh in. But the reality is the government does have the ability over the break to fix what was, to my mind, a clear contradiction between the direction set by the House and the government's response. And I certainly hope they do so. If that is the case, I would be more than pleased to withdraw this question of privilege. But the fact remains, and I think Canadians understand this. In democracy, they make a decision and they choose who fills this House, and then we make decisions. And the government then, when there is a clear direction, should have the understanding that that clear direction should be followed. No doubt, on Wednesday, this House directed the government. On Thursday, less than 24 hours later, the minister in this House indicated that nothing had changed. So I submit that the House should be charged in this matter, and if, after careful study, you agree, I am prepared to move the necessary motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this forward on the point of privilege, and I will take it under advisement. Now, when we left for question period, the honourable member for, routine proceedings. Yes, we have to go through those every day, it seems. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi d'émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be presenting a petition in support of two bills that were in the 42nd Parliament, C-350 and S-240. These bills sought to deal with the scourge of forced organ harvesting and trafficking by making it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ for which there has not been consent. Petitioners no doubt hope that this important legislative initiative will be taken up in the 43rd Parliament. Thank you.
Presentation de pétition, the honourable member for Ladysmith, Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a petition here calling on the government to eliminate the practice of charging interest on all outstanding and future Canada student loans. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my privilege to stand up today to present a petition from Canadians from across this country in regards to Bill C-350 and C-240 in regards to organ harvesting, forced organ harvesting that happens around this world. Human trafficking is a horrific human rights violation that happens right here in this country as well. And I hope that we can pass similar bills in this Parliament forthwith. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Walal and Kulus Dasideo. I beg leave to table a petition that's very important to my riding of Cumberland Colchester, and the operative clause being, we the undersigned residents of Cumberland Colchester Federal Electoral District call upon the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to honor the commitment to have an independent study to thoroughly review the potential risks of moving Nova Scotia's RCMP OCC from Truro, Nova Scotia to Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. We also call upon the Minister to immediately halt the move of the Truro OCC to Dartmouth and immediately halt all work related to the move pending the outcome of a thorough independent review and risk assessment. And Mr. Speaker, I have affixed my signature. Thank you.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
petitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, address in reply to the speech from the throne, resuming debate on the motion from Ms. Bezet.
I'm sorry? It's not questions. Oh, mind. I want to. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm somewhat challenged in the sense that we had a wonderful Grey Cup game in 2019. I made reference to it. And one of the things that, being from Winnipeg that we really enjoy is a nice Saskatchewan-Winnipeg rivalry. I made reference to, we won the Banjo Bowl, but I believe you won the Ryder Classic. But what we do know is that we have good football fans in Winnipeg and Saskatchewan. My question to the member, in the spirit of teamship, of having a good game, would the member not agree that for the people that we represent, that they would like to see us work collaboratively and work together to see if, in fact, we can produce that much more for Canadians as a whole in many, many different ways?
Member for Regina Lubin.
Well, I thank the member for the opposite for the question, and I'm happy to rise and talk about collaboration and teamship. And congratulations on your first Grey Cup. I think maybe since I was born, so congratulations on that. And I'd love to work with the government when we have common interests, and one of those common interests as being a member from Manitoba is getting pipelines built in the oil and gas sector. And I'm hoping we can work together to either scrap Bill C-69 or amend it so we can get the hard-working oil and gas sector workers back to work as soon as possible, get some pipelines built, and use some good EVRAZ steel in making those pipelines. Thank you.
That's work. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've heard from, in this debate just earlier on today, talk about the Canada Child Benefit. I heard the Honourable Member across the way, one of them talking about reducing the debt for the next generation and reducing taxes, and then the analogy of getting married, having children, and then having the foreclosure sign. And I would say that in this time of a climate crisis, it's far more likely that that last image is going to be an image of a family who's lost their house to a wildfire, or who's had to flee a flood, or has had their house decimated by a hurricane, or a tornado. And we are right now at the end of the COP conference in Madrid, and this government has not brought forward a change to its climate targets for 2030. They've set net zero for 2050. That's a long ways away. I'm going to be a very old man by then. And I know that my granddaughter appreciates the child tax benefit, my oldest daughter, but my youngest daughter is anxious. And she is anxious like other people who worked on my election campaign who are on a child strike right now. They don't want to have children because they're worried about the future. And we need, as parliamentarians, as leaders, to deal with this climate crisis properly. Thank you.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much for the statement. I believe that we have a lot of challenges facing this country, environmental challenges as well. I have 3 young children, and I want to be committed to leaving a greener, cleaner environment for them, and I think it's incumbent on all of us. And I don't want to leave the next generation with a financial or an environmental deficit. So we have to work hard to make sure we create environments for success in all those areas. We had a great plan in our campaign to make a cleaner environment by cleaning up lakes, rivers, and oceans and stopping pollution being dumped into the oceans on either coast. And I'm very much committed to ensuring that we have a greener, safer, cleaner environment for the next generation. Thank you very much for the question.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised in this throne speech that we simply see the government saying that they're going to continue their good work on housing. And in the Lower Mainland and in my riding in New Westminster Burnaby, Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental affordable housing crisis. People are struggling. They're having to choose between paying for their medication or paying to keep a roof over their head. We see families that are literally fighting to keep that roof over their head, and some are failing, Mr. Speaker. An increasing number, of course, are found on the streets. And so, given all that, seniors who aren't able to because their pensions can't keep up with the skyrocketing cost of rent, are finding themselves on the street. John Young in the Parkade in New Westminster, in his last possession, his car, because he couldn't afford to keep rental payments. Given all that, my question is very simple. Why isn't the government taking the affordable housing crisis in this country seriously?
Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. I won't answer for the government, but I believe that we should all work together to make life more affordable for all Canadians. And I think that's something we can agree on. The ride in Regina Leuven, I heard time and time again across the doorsteps, is we're paying too much taxes. And I think that's something where we need to work on affordability as all parliamentarians working together, putting suggestions forward to a minority Liberal government to ensure that Canadians can get ahead. And working hard and getting ahead in Canada is something we can all be very diligent in working towards as a group in this Parliament, in this House. And as this is probably my last question, I want to take this time and on behalf of my wife Larissa, our kids Jameson, Nixon, and Claire, wish everyone a very Merry Christmas across Canada, and Merry Christmas to all the constituents in Regina Leuven. Have a very happy 2020.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Reprise de débat. The Honourable. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Et puis...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really very pleased to be back in the House for this 43rd Parliament and to have the opportunity to talk about the speech from the throne. I didn't have a lot of opportunities to give speeches in the House between June and October, or December, I should say. But I did have opportunities to give some speeches on the campaign trail.
Enormous pleasure to be in the House again, to be returned here for the 43rd Parliament. And I have to say that the opportunity to speak on the speech from the throne is a very important speech to share with Canadians, because it's a roadmap, if you want, and the vision of our government. And I kind of missed being in the House, you know, between June and now because of the election, and because I like, you know, to share what's happening in my constituency of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, and to continue to articulate and advocate on behalf of my citizens, of course. But before I get started, Mr. Speaker, I have to indicate that to thank really the citizens and the people of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake for putting their confidence in me once again, to continue to work with them and for them. And that's exactly what I shall continue to do as we move forward. But I also want to thank the many, many volunteers in my riding, and outside of my riding, to be honest, as I had a large number of volunteers that participated throughout the campaign from day one right through to October 21st. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that is really what democracy is all about when you think about it, Mr. Speaker, because these individuals want to be engaged in the electoral process, if you want, and they want to be part and their word being heard, if you want. So the support that I was able to receive from them is much, much appreciated. I want to thank them for that. Did you get the podium? As well, Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank my family as well. Of course, you know that being a parliamentarian is not the task that allows you to be home as much as one might like to, because the real work is in the community for our people. But we have to be here in the House to make laws and to work together to make life better for Canadians in general, but also for the people in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I have to say, however, that I felt throughout the campaign that there was two elections happening. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, to share a few words concerning the election and how I was able, and how my constituents were able to see how things were happening at the national level and at the local level. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have to be quite honest with you. At the national level, it was a campaign, I believe, that was different, that Canadians hadn't experienced much of. By that, Mr. Speaker, I mean that there was insults, there was misinformation, if you want. There was even some fear-mongering. There was all kinds of things happening, Mr. Speaker, thank you, throughout the campaign at the national level, on television, that many, many Canadians did not feel very comfortable, because that's not the way we do business. We work together. We trust each other to get things done for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to be honest with you. At the end of the day, I ended up putting my head down and concentrating on the work in hand, working closely with my constituents, listening to them. And that allowed me, Mr. Speaker, to articulate some of the great things our government was able to do in the last 4 years. Talking with seniors and how we were able to support them. Let it be investing in bringing many seniors above the poverty line. Moving the age of retirement from 65 to 67. 67 to 65, yeah, reverse. That's the Conservative that was doing that, of course, but we stopped that quickly, Mr. Speaker. So that's, yeah. Of course, the conversation around climate change. We know that's a very, very important file, Mr. Speaker. It's probably the greatest challenge of our time. So many, many people in my constituency had many suggestions to make, and welcomed, of course, some of the great things we did, like moving on the water and land from 1% protection to 14%, and now they understand that we will move to 25% by 2025, and by 30%, Mr. Speaker, by 2030. Those are very, very important discussions to be had. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity as well to speak with many, many veterans. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia has the highest number of veterans and military in Canada per ratio. But let me add to that, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake has the most in Nova Scotia. So, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that I continue to have dialogue with veterans in the military, individuals. Mr. Speaker, you're probably aware, but I've been honored and privileged and asked by the Prime Minister to take on the role of Parliamentary Secretary for Veteran Affairs and Defence. Mr. Speaker, as you can understand, that is a privilege because I have been working closely with the individuals, the veterans, and the military individual, but I've also been working on the parliamentary committee the last 2 years on veteran affairs as well. So great conversations locally, not so great conversations, I believe, nationally, but at the end of the day, Canadians took the right decision and brought us back here, of course, and informing the government. However, Mr. Speaker, we have been handed a new task, an important task, Mr. Speaker, a minority government. We are the government, and I believe that this government is the best government to lead for the future of this country in Canada. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to do more on pharmacare. That's extremely important, We have to do more on social enterprises. We have to do more for housing, Mr. Speaker. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that we have to move forward aggressively on trade deals. And we did, Mr. Speaker. We had 14 trade deals signed. Imagine that, 14 in one mandate. You're going to tone it down. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, but the three important ones, and I don't want to go too deep in that, but the three important ones go with the NAFTA, which we did extremely well, and then, of course, the Asian Pacific, and then the European. Both of those adding 500 million people to the table that we can trade with. That's 1 billion people, Mr. Speaker. So we have that challenge, and the challenge is, how are we going to work together? Well, I was very pleased to listen in the House last week, some leaders of the opposition, and I say some, not all, but some leaders stating clearly that they understood the challenge on the table. And the challenge is that Canadians want us to work together. Canadians want us to collaborate. Right. Canadians know that we are the party to do so, and we shall do that, Mr. Speaker, because it is extremely important. But by doing that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to stop pointing fingers, I guess, stop blaming people. And a good idea, Mr. Speaker, is a good idea, no matter where it comes from in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. That is extremely important. But I now want to talk about minority governments, because we've had some fabulous minority governments that have been very, very successful in making major changes for Canadians. I think right away, Mr. Speaker, of the Lester Pearson minority governments. Those were known as the Golden Age. That's the title, basically, that was given. Why? Because they were very, very important. Let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, some of the key successes during those years. So one, which is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, is the Bilinguals Act. And it's funny because here we are 50 years later and we're modernizing the Bilinguals Act. But that recognized both the founding fathers, if you want, or the founding peoples, and today we are much richer because of that. We are able not only to understand each other, but we're also able to trade with many, many countries because of the two official languages that we have in Canada. The Canada Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker. Again, only last year, this government was able to work closely with the provinces and the territories to bring forward a much-needed, updated, Mr. Speaker, Canada Pension Plans that Canadians can be proud of, and which Canadians will benefit as we move forward more and more, Mr. Speaker. Let me also talk about Medicare. Medicare, another success during that minority government, which is extremely important. And if I want to, I have to share with one of the key individuals that led this government, the Liberal government again, through that minority government, was Ellen J. McCachran from Cape Breton Island, who became the Deputy Prime Minister of the country, sat next to, of course, Pierre Elliott Trudeau at the time. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that... let me continue. I could also add that we brought forward the new student loan program, which we had a question today about it. And our government has made major changes to that in the last 2 or 3 years, which will make life better for the young students today trying to get ahead. We also, if you want, eliminated or ended the capital punishment during those years. And that now I'm only where Lester Pearson. Let's talk a bit about the minority government that we had, Martin's minority government, where I can think of 2 major improvements for Canadians. 2 of them, Mr. Speaker. The first one is same-sex marriage. That is extremely important. Again, our government led the charge in that one. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, is the gas tax. Gas tax, a new program incentive to support municipal governments, to invest in new infrastructure. Again, it's so important that last year, for 1 year, we doubled the investment in the gas tax, Mr. Speaker. That, Mr. Speaker, are some of the great changes that were made through minority government. So am I happy? Well, I'd rather have a majority government, but let me tell you, I know that with a minority government and with the people around this room, this important chamber, Mr. Speaker, that we will get the job done in many, many areas, because I know that Canadian wants us to do it, and I know we can and shall do it, Mr. Speaker. But I'd be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't talk about, in my speech, about national unity. Very important topic. But you know, Mr. Speaker, national unity didn't start yesterday, last week, or last year. Let's go back. We have a great nation because we have challenges. And when you have challenges, Mr. Speaker, it becomes opportunities. And you take advantage of those opportunities to make life better. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have to share this with the members of the House here. Please do. I still think in the very early 80s, my dad, George A. Sampson, a plumber electrician from Cape Breton Island, to be more specific, Almadam, Mr. Speaker. He had a grade 6, and I'll tell you, he enjoyed speaking and representing the people as a councillor in the municipal government. But he was invited, Mr. Speaker. In 1980, he was invited by the Davis government, the Premier Davis in Ontario, who was assembling many, many Canadians together to talk about the Constitution, to talk about national unity. And it was quite, I guess, a pleasure and excitement for him to be part of those discussions, Mr. Speaker. And he contributed to those discussions. And I know that allowed many great things that happened as we move forward in the 80s. But I wanted to share that. But we have to stop, Mr. Speaker, with this division, focusing on our differences. Absolutely not. We need to focus on our strengths, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that we're asking for today. This is something that Canadians have done and have done so well in the past. So when I hear about prominent politicians running around saying, that's our differences, and creating regional insecurities, Mr. Speaker, it hurts. I have to be honest with you, because I know that we can do much better, Mr. Speaker. I want to share a quote from the first Prime Minister of Canada, John A. Macdonald. If I had influence over the minds of the people of Canada, any power over their intellect, I would leave them this legacy. This is the legacy. Whatever you do, adhere to the Union. We are a great country and shall become one of the greatest in the universe. If we preserve it, we shall sink into insignificance and adversity if we suffer it to be broken. I couldn't say it any better, Mr. Speaker. And that's what it's all about. It's about working together. How great is this country? This is one of the greatest countries in the world. We are #1 in the quality of life, 4 years in a row. Not bad. We're #3, Mr. Speaker. #3 in education. We are #4, Mr. Speaker, in fairness. #4 in fairness. In freedom, I should say, sorry. #6 as the country that other countries want to do business with. And #9, Mr. Speaker, in happiness. What a great country. Let's continue working together to make life better for all Canadians. But to do what we're doing, we need to continue to support and get the support from all parties and all members. We have to help and work closely with the business community, Mr. Speaker, to make sure they have the tools to connect and take advantage of the international trade deals that we sign. We have to work together for climate change, because it is the greatest challenge of our time. We have to work together to make sure that we have what we promised we would, pharmacare for all Canadians. Extremely important. We must continue to work together for housing, creating more housing for seniors, because that's the next challenge. But we are focused on those challenges, Mr. Speaker, which is very important. We have to focus on families, youth, on veterans, on seniors. Those are very important issues, and we need to work together to make those happen. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we will. I believe we will do that. So, Mr. Speaker, we just need to make this work. Now, let me focus on Wexit for a second. Westerners that are anxious, and we will work with them. Because when times are hard in one part of this nation to the other, we come together and we find ways of connecting and supporting. And that's what we shall do. Climate change, I've already seen movement in Alberta. I believe the Premier said he's now open to that. That's what I call great efforts to work together to continue building on this great country. The pipeline. The pipeline, we already have 2,200 people working in the pipeline. By summer, we will have 4,200 working in the pipeline. We are now moving forward in the pipeline, as committed, as promised. Mr. Speaker, we also, I'm hearing from Wexit about C-69. Well, I believe the Prime Minister said the other day that we're open at listening if we need to tweak it somewhat. He even asked the premiers to get together and to work at it, to see if they could come forward with some suggestions. That's the third one. And the fourth one that I believe I'm hearing a lot about is equalization payments or fiscal stability programs. That's what it's for. That's what we will. We have been there trying to support Westerners, and we'll continue to support Westerners. And that is one way that we can do it, is make the adjustments. And when you make those adjustments, because you get some hard times, and we'll support you. And when the good times are good, we expect you to support the rest of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be back in the House of Commons and to speak on behalf of my residents in Sagamore, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know the Honourable Member across the way likes to paint everything as coming up roses, but of course not everything is perfect. Earlier this week, the Taxpayers Ombudsman announced a review of CRA and the Canada Child Benefit. She said there are negative impacts on people's lives, despite repeatedly raising this with the government. Applications from vulnerable families have faced continual documentation issues with the CRA, such as women fleeing domestic violence needing signatures from abusive partners, newcomers not receiving benefits because of documentation issues, families ordered to repay benefits. Why did it get to the point of the taxpayers' ombudsman, after repeatedly lobbying the government or talking to the government about fixing this problem, why did it get to the point where she had to announce she's conducting a review, making it so difficult for Canada's most vulnerable families to actually receive the Canada Child Benefit?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you. The Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your question as well, and I'm glad you bring that forward because the Canada Child Benefit, when I was campaigning locally in my riding over the last 2 months during the campaign, I can tell you that I heard a lot of really good things about the Canada Child Benefit. Many, many families are receiving the help they need to continue to support their kids, and that's essential. Now, if you're bringing forward a CRA question where some vulnerable Canadians are facing challenges, then I welcome that. That's how it is working together. And if the Ombudsman got into and wants to do a report or an investigation, that means there has been insufficient, I believe, complaints. And then our job is to look at that and see how we can solve that problem. Because at the end of the day, if something is wrong, it's our responsibility to fix it, and we shall with your support. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate having the opportunity to talk with someone through you, Mr. Speaker, who will be, of course, working with me closely as the spokesperson for the NDP on Veterans Affairs. I welcome the member to his new role as Parliamentary Secretary and look forward to collaborating to get results for the veterans of this country. But today I would like to take an opportunity to speak about the seniors in this country. Last year, or earlier this year, I should say, I presented a private member's bill to the House of Commons because one of the things that I realized is that seniors across Canada are being cut off their guaranteed income supplement every July, between 30 to 40,000 seniors, in fact. And the reason that's happening is because they're having challenges for one reason or another, ill health, loss of a loved one, having health challenges. That prevents them from getting their taxes done on time. And I presented a private member's bill that said, let's give all seniors in this country who receive the guaranteed income supplement, some of the poorest in our country, 1 year's grace period, so that if they get their taxes in a little late, they don't lose their guaranteed income supplement. And I'm wondering if I could ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, if he will support me as I reintroduce that bill into the House.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question, and I'm anxious to begin work, of course, on the veteran file with her. As we know, on the Veteran Affairs Committee, it's extremely important that we continue doing the work that we need to do to support our men and women, of course. But, Mr. Speaker, her question about seniors is a very, very important question. And I think we need to take note at this time that our government has said that we would be introducing, Mr. Speaker, a tax cut in the new year, as promised. And that tax cut, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important. And that tax cut, Mr. Speaker, will help seniors. For example, I believe that every Canadian, the first $12,400 you're making is tax-free. And what our government has said we would do is to move that from $12,400 to $15,000. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of seniors will benefit from that tax cut and will not have to pay any taxes. And also the young students, they, that work part-time, they will as well not need to pay taxes on the first $15,000. And for many of them, Mr. Speaker, that's no taxes at all. So Mr. Speaker, we are working closely to support seniors, but this tax cut will not only help seniors and students, but it will help thousands and thousands of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Inaudible for the interpreter. They talked a lot about fighting poverty and notably child poverty. This is a question that interests me. We talked about the Canada Child Benefit, which does have a big impact on families' lives. However, vulnerable families really need this and sometimes don't have the right to it. I'm talking about families who have children who are in care or in protection, and sometimes their child benefit is withdrawn, even if their child only spends 1 day a month in a youth center. So I'm wondering if he's open to discussing about a review of that, because these families often work to improve their parenting abilities, and we give them less resources than other families. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to certainly thank my colleague for her question. And this question is extremely important, no doubt. Earlier, I was talking about the family child benefit, and it's very important. Just in my riding alone of Chesapeake, we gave $5.2 million to families. No, rather, $60 million a month in my riding goes out to families. If you do that by the number of members here, we can see what the scope of our investment is in families. That doesn't specifically answer to your question, but I just wanted to approach the topic this way. Now, for those children who are not with their families most of the week, and the families don't have access to these funds, well, I've heard a bit about this. I'll inform myself more about this, but logically, the worst case scenario, there should be at least a ratio of some sort that would ensure that there's a certain percentage of the benefit that would go back to the family. Inaudible for the interpreter. I'd like to remind the honourable members that they have to direct their comments through the speaker. Questions and comments?
Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm standing. First of all, I want to take this opportunity as my first speech to say thank you to my constituents in Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, Central Newfoundland, for giving me this wonderful, wonderful honor. I want to ask a question to my colleague. First of all, I congratulate him. He said he was going to tone it down, so he did. What we witnessed here was with relative restraint. I've seen him in full oratory flight, and to say that he can manage to shiver the timbers of this very hall is an understatement. And I thank him for toning it down just a little bit as I'm sitting just to the front of him. On this past campaign, a lot of what I've heard has to do with prescription drugs and the prices, and the rise in prices, especially over the last 5 to 10 years, have been somewhat dramatic, to say, and that's understating it. Over the past little while, the conversation has brought us to a point where we have to engage seriously with the provinces across this country in a respectable manner in order for us to provide relief, especially for seniors who are most vulnerable. I'd like for my colleague, with his relative restraint, to get passionate this time and talk about how he cares for the seniors of his riding.
Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to apologize if I'm at times looking across this chamber. I'm a former school teacher, and that is what you need to do to make sure you have the attention of all the individuals in the classroom. You got to look at them in the eyes and know that they're there with you as you are speaking, Mr. Speaker. So again, I apologize for that, but it's part of who I am, I guess, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of that. So my colleague, I want to thank my colleague for his questions and his comment, and I did promise to tone it down, and I'm working on it, but it's not an easy task, you know. You can't take yourself out of that play, Mr. Speaker. But he spoke about the price on prescription drugs, and that's extremely important. And I want to share with him in the House what our government did in the last mandate, Mr. Speaker, because we created a Canada Drug Agency. And that drug agency, Mr. Speaker, allowed Canadians, or allowed us to purchase drugs, and in bulk purchasing, if you want. And just by doing that, Mr. Speaker, we were able to save $3 billion per year. So that's extremely important. And my colleague made reference to how important that is for seniors. It's extremely important to seniors. And you know, when I look and speak with seniors, because a few weeks following the election, I was able to spend extra time at home with seniors and had some great conversations, and I will continue to do that as we move forward, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We're going to go to resuming debate. Just before we do that, I recognize there are honourable members that rise at each time when we invite questions and comments, and I encourage them to keep doing that. That is how they get the eye of the Speaker, and I assure members that if they will keep doing that, we will certainly get to them. So be persistent, and we'll make sure that each member who wishes to participate in questions and comments gets an opportunity to do so. It just may not happen in that particular round, but we'll eventually get to you.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to inform you that I am splitting my time with the member from Calgary Centre. It is my honour to rise in the House today for my maiden speech. And of course, I first want to thank the voters of Saskatoon West for putting their faith and trust in me as their representative in this House of Commons for this, the 43rd Parliament. I'm humbled and honoured and grateful that they would trust me with this privilege, and my pledge to them is that I will do my very best to represent them here in Ottawa and bring their views to Ottawa. I want to thank my election team, Sonny, Braden, Alex, Caitlin, Donalyn, Josh, Jared. A special shout out to the University of Saskatchewan Campus Conservative Club. They helped with a lot of door knocking. And a big thank you to my friend, the honourable member from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek, and her husband, Milton Block, for all of your encouragement. And so many other volunteers and donors who made this all possible. As everybody in here knows, your family support is critical to success. And so I want to thank my parents, Alvin and Irene Redekop, my sister, Gayleen Molnar and her family, my two wonderful sons, Kyle and Eric Redekop, and of course, my beautiful wife of 35 years, Cheryl Redekop. I couldn't have done this without you. It is for these people, Mr. Speaker, and for the 75,000 other people that live in Saskatoon West that I'm replying to the speech from the throne today. Unfortunately, I cannot and I will not support it. This throne speech calls for, quote, unity in the pursuit of common goals and aspirations. The Prime Minister talks about listening, about parliamentarians working together. But the throne speech says almost nothing about the aspirations of people from Saskatoon. Not only that, the Prime Minister brings in policy after policy that targets the people of Saskatoon and our economy. Now let me explain the economy in Saskatchewan. Think of a three-legged stool. The first leg is agriculture, wheat, canola, barley, oats, things like that. The second leg is mining, potash, uranium, gold, and diamonds. And the third leg is oil and gas. And in last year, 2018, these three sectors accounted for 36% of our GDP in Saskatchewan. Now, the seat of the stool is manufacturing and construction. We produce machinery, industrial equipment, food products, and the construction is the infrastructure that supports all of that work and all the people. In 2018, those two sectors were 14% of our Saskatchewan GDP. So taken together, those two, the legs and the seat of the stool, accounts for 50% of Saskatchewan GDP. The other half of our GDP are services that support our residents, things like stores, restaurants, education, healthcare, and everything else. These things all sit on the stool, but the legs of our stool, the foundation of our GDP, is mining, oil and gas, and agriculture. Now, we all know that these three sectors are suffering in Saskatchewan. And in terms of oil and gas leg, the No More Pipelines Bill C-69 has restricted capacity to ship our oil to markets. The selling price of oil is down, investment is down, and therefore there are fewer jobs. On the mining leg, it's also affected by C-69. It politicizes the impact assessment process and adds significant time and uncertainty to the approval process. Companies no longer see Saskatchewan as a safe, stable place it once was to invest. Therefore, investments are going elsewhere and jobs are disappearing. And on the agricultural leg, the Liberals' continuing relationship failures with China has hurt our canola producers. So what does all this mean to the people of Saskatoon? Well, when the legs of the stool are crippled, everyone suffers. Unemployment is up, people are struggling to pay their bills, and during the election I talked to many households and many families who were struggling to make their monthly payments, and the people that we talk about that are missing, are short $200 every month, I spoke to many of them on the campaign. And I just want to provide some vignettes of some real people and how this affects them. So think of a young man who used to work on an oil drilling rig. He drove 7 hours from Saskatoon to work in Drayton Valley, Alberta. He worked a two-week shift of 12-hour days, made really good money, and spent that money in Saskatoon on vehicles, restaurants, stereo equipment, etc. And I know this because this young man is my son. In 2015, the Liberals came to power. They introduced the No More Pipeline bill. They introduced the No More Tankers bill. And this drove the price of our Canadian oil down, reduced our investment, and as a result, my son lost his job and no more spending in Saskatoon. Another example, a manufacturer who supplied components to the mining and the oil and gas industries employed 140 people in Saskatoon. That's good-paying jobs supporting 140 families in Saskatoon. And I know this because my brother-in-law works at that company. And because of Bill C-69, investment in resource projects decreased, and the result, people were laid off as the company adjusted to decreased business. Now, fortunately, Saskatoonians are resilient and creative problem solvers, so they looked elsewhere and found business to keep the company going. But the business is smaller than it would have been had the oil and gas market kept going strong. Now think of an entrepreneur who built new homes for families, directly employed 4 people, indirectly hired 40 different contractors to complete all the work required, and created several $1 million of economic spin-offs in Saskatoon. I know this because this was my business. Now, because of the Liberals' mortgage stress test, new home buyers are forced out of the market. Because of changes in building codes, the cost to build significantly increased. And as a result, construction activity in Saskatoon has significantly slowed down. In fact, housing starts are the lowest level they've been at in 14 years. Many good people in the construction industry are suffering or have lost their jobs. So, what did I expect from the Liberal government throne speech in the spirit of working together? Well, certainly I expected support for Western Canadian jobs. After all, 2 days after the Liberals were reduced to a minority in October, the Prime Minister said he clearly has more to do to earn the trust of people in Saskatchewan. I expected support for oil and gas, mining, and farmers. What did I actually hear? While a vague reference to natural resources and farmers, no mention of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, no mention of a national energy corridor, nothing about repealing or even changes to C-69 and C-48, and certainly no concern for our rapidly growing and dangerous debt. I think Rex Murphy said it best, quote, "The speech from the throne is a semantic graveyard where dullness and pretentiousness conspire successfully against the life and lift of our 2 wonderful official languages." Housing was mentioned in the speech, and I hope the government will follow through on that issue. There are many people in my riding for whom good, stable housing is out of reach. And as a former home builder, I call upon the government to relax the mortgage stress test, as this has had a significant negative impact on construction in Saskatoon. One thing barely mentioned in the throne speech was the word job. The Liberals are quick to offer money to Canadians for this or for that, and they're quick to offer handouts to make up for their lack of action on the economy. But let me tell you something about people from Saskatoon. We are proud, hard-working folks. We don't want handouts. We want good-paying jobs. Saskatoon is also filled with entrepreneurs, people willing to take great risks in order to employ others and build our economy. Entrepreneurs don't want handouts. They want a stable playing field with reasonable regulations and the freedom to work hard, succeed, and then enjoy the benefits when success does happen. There were 2 other words conspicuously absent from the speech: balanced budget. I am gravely concerned that the Liberal government has chosen to spend seemingly unlimited amounts of money on every kind of program, with no concern for the underlying economy that pays for all of this. We are burdening our future generations with debt that will have to be paid back at some point. I call upon the government to at least plan to return to balanced budgets. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan people care deeply about our environment. All 3 of the stool legs I spoke of earlier are rooted in our land. No one is a better steward of our land than people from Saskatchewan. We all understand that healthy land, water, and air is critical to our long-term success. But we cannot adopt a zealot-like approach, assuming that the only way to have a healthy planet is to stop human development and to stifle innovation and economic growth. We cannot sacrifice the agriculture, mining, and oil and gas industries of Saskatchewan and Alberta in exchange for a photo op with Greta. We cannot stifle economic growth and continue to increase taxes on our people. This throne speech made it clear that the government intends to continue to raise the carbon tax higher. Taxes will rise with no meaningful impact on carbon. This will hurt ordinary Canadians and business owners. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives are focused on the aspirations of everyday Canadians, like the good people of Saskatoon West. We are the party of the middle class, and we will continue to present real and tangible ideas that will allow people to get ahead and get the government off their backs. As I close, I want to congratulate and thank the leader of our party for his tireless dedication and work over the past 15 years. And I also want to wish everyone in this chamber a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, to my colleague, I hope over the break that he might want to reconsider the positioning on the throne speech. The throne speech is, in fact, a general document that kind of highlights what's going to be taking place at a very high level, talking about things such as Canada's middle class and our environment, our relationship with the Indigenous people. And if you reflect in terms of what's taken place over the last number of years, and saying that we're going to continue to move forward, the results that we have seen have been overwhelmingly positive. Taking people out of poverty, having an economy that is in fact moving forward, in excess of 1 million jobs. You will get highs and lows. And my question specific to the minister, to the member opposite, is would he not agree that when you reflect on the years in the past, last 4 years, that Canada's middle class has actually been doing quite well and will continue to do so under this government's agenda?
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I thank the member opposite for the question. I was struggling a bit with the space-time continuum message of the throne speech, and it was at, as the member mentioned, a very high level, and I think far beyond the grasp of most people that listen to it. There was very little content there, and I think if we think about what's been happening over the past years, you know, there has been an increase just this last month of 71,000 people, and so 71,000 people who have lost their jobs. And so this is not good for the people of Canada. It's not helping the middle class. In fact, the middle class is struggling. And when I was on the doors this past election, I just kept hearing over and over about how difficult it was to pay the bills, how difficult it was to find a good-paying job. So I think there's a lot left to do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We heard the previous Liberal speaker talk about how it's important to come together when times are tough and workers are on the ropes, to stand together in order to make conditions better. And what we saw just several weeks ago was what's possible when government doesn't prejudice negotiations between an employer and employees when they go to collective bargaining, with the successful settlement of the CN strike. Unfortunately, that's not the approach that they took in the case of a rotating strike by Canada Post employees now over a year ago. Instead, they prejudiced the negotiations early on by taking sides. They propagated the message, which was often untrue, by Canada Post management, and they legislated those workers back to work. Now, those workers are still waiting for a deal, Mr. Speaker, and there continues to be delays in the process under the Liberals' legislation. So they legislated them back. They were responsible for the legislation that's governing that process now. Not only that, but they're the ones who hire the management at Canada Post, and the minister has the opportunity to intervene. So will the minister get involved and get these workers who are working in a workplace with an unacceptably high rate of injury back to work on fair conditions?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I'm quite honored that the member opposite believes that I am the minister in the government. I cannot speak for the government. And I do agree, though, that we need to allow the businesses of our country to have a stable and fair playing field, stay out of their way so that they can do what they do best. When businesses are allowed to flourish, when they're given the right regulatory regime, when they're given the right financial resources, the right tax structure, we are very smart people in Canada. We can accomplish great things, and we can employ lots and lots of people. And so that's where our government, if we were to form government, that's where we would go, is to allow businesses to flourish, create jobs, and build up our economic activity in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great great speech here in the House of Commons, and welcome him to this place as well. Congratulations. My honourable colleague earlier today from Scarborough, Gilwood, was talking about the Canada Child Benefit, and it used to be called the Universal Child Benefit, and it was our idea, and I think it was a great idea to put the child care dollars right in the hands of parents, rather than bringing a big government bureaucracy to bear on that. I was just wondering if my honourable colleague has any suggestions on how we can reduce government bureaucracy and empower Canadians to take care of themselves in their own communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Member, for the question. As I mentioned in my speech, I was a former home builder, and that's a good place where there's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of regulations, a lot of rules that come into place that make it difficult to build houses and difficult to do it efficiently and in a cost-effective way for consumers. And I think we can do lots of things to allow industry to work together with industry and to keep a level playing field and not create a lot of not impose a lot of rules and regulations to stifle business and slow them down. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the first time I rise in this House of Commons, and my first duty is to pay my sincere respects to constituents of Calgary Centre who gave me the privilege and responsibility of representing their concerns in this House. Calgary Centre is a diverse part of this country that represents the greatness that Canada offers. We're reflective of Canada's storied past, our present, and our hopeful future. The past is celebrated every summer as we gather for our annual Stampede, the greatest outdoor show on earth, the roots of which lie in the skills required of ranchers and the cowboys they employed to get their cattle to market. The present is a bustling metropolis that includes Calgary's oldest neighbourhoods, along with the new Canadians who have found a home here. The bustling downtown has been burdened these past 4 years with an exodus of talent and opportunities as a result of failed government policies, but you will not find a person who does not think our imposed difficulties cannot be overcome. The future is brightened as our new provincial government is seen to implement policies which will reverse years of economic stagnation with a growth-oriented, balanced approach to moving us forward. I chose to serve this riding because of all it represents: vitality and opportunity, diversity and history. And I'm honored the voters of Calgary Centre heard my message loud and clear in this past election and returned a Conservative member of Parliament soundly over the incumbent member from the previous government. The message we sent could not be more clear. This government's policies are moving Canada in the wrong direction. Mr. Speaker, allow me to wind back the clock and discuss how we arrived here. Almost 2 years ago, on vacation with my wife, I broke the news to her that getting better government in Canada was a necessity, as I believe strongly we are impoverishing the next generation of Canadians with bad fiscal policy, false choices on energy, and overtaxation. I asked for her support in bringing this change to Canadians. She agreed, and let me say that without her constant love and support, I would not be here. Ruth, thank you, and I love you very much. It is no small undertaking to run for public office, but so many friends and supporters joined us along the way. And our message about the need for change in the way Canada is being governed resonated throughout our city. I owe so much to so many for their contribution to our efforts, and I will do my best to fulfill their trust. The message delivered by Calgarians so clear that the Prime Minister referred to it several times after the election. And the Deputy Prime Minister pledged to listen really hard to combat the disunion wrought by their government's agenda. In that context, I listened to the throne speech attentively. I didn't hear any indication of reversal or accommodation. I've reviewed it, and I find some relief in statements and potential, like reducing taxes for the middle class, like the government pursuing a responsible fiscal plan, like understanding that economic growth is the best way to ensure a good quality of life for Canadians, like better health care for Canadians and the ethical use of artificial intelligence, like getting Canadian resources to market and offering unwavering support to the hardworking men and women in Canada's natural resource sector. All ideas for our times. I also noted reference to the bedrock of our parliamentary system, which heartened me after years of federal powers drifting to various whims and interest groups, perhaps there would be a change in approach. Well, Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and I am concerned, given the record of this government, that their definition of their objectives differ strongly from objective, tangible outcomes for Canadians. Will all these words have some meaning this time, or will they be empty virtues that show no results? Is the country being asked once again to play Charlie Brown to this government playing Lucy with a football? But there are clearly words and thus direction missing from this speech. No commitment to young Canadians who are now or soon to be entering the labor force, that their future taxes will not increasingly rise to meet the needs of the squandered finances of this government. No commitment to stem the transfer of wealth from working Canadians to international financial organizations for guarantees borne by Canadians. No commitment to right a regulatory system that has been broken beyond recognition by this government, giving Canadians a regime that makes national projects too risky to undertake, thereby further constraining and impoverishing a generation of Canadians. And this is especially true of Indigenous Canadians. No effort in mending the divisions created in the past 4 years. And during this past election by a Prime Minister openly campaigning against one region of the country. This betrays a true prejudice, and it is not becoming of a government leader. Mr. Speaker, I noted in the speech from the throne the iteration of climate change 8 times. That is prominent, so I note the focus of this government's virtue. The climate is changing, we need to address it, and we need to address its effects. Let's also acknowledge that we are not an island, and accept that all our efforts would be for naught without efforts from significant contributors to the increase in greenhouse gases in the world. In that respect, let's examine clearly the cost of our virtuous approach versus the negligible contribution we provide to the outcome. Our world leadership on this file should be one that binds the country and actually helps solve the problem, not rip us apart with an approach that accomplishes next to nothing. This is our role to fulfill in this global problem. Let's lead Canadians to our solutions. But first, let's free ourselves of the bias and hyperbole that simply inflame reactions and stoke divisions. Our words and our approach matter. We have a problem to solve, and today's decision makers need to find the solutions that lead to our outcomes. But we need to understand that our use of language in this matter has led to a hysteria amongst a generation that believes the future is bleak. Au contraire, je crois que les...
On the contrary, I think that Canada's best days are still ahead.
Professionals and technologists, parents all, who strive in their fields to make their lives in this country a better place for their children. All are dismayed by the half-truths and false choices this government is thrusting upon them. Follow the outcomes proposed, and on a full-cycle basis, they represent a worse outcome for the world, for Canada, for our environment, and for their families. We know there are no free environmental solutions to producing energy. Coal, oil, natural gas, hydro, solar, wind, nuclear, all have an environmental footprint, all have a CO2 footprint. Canada's oil production represents part of the best, most environmentally friendly 8% of the world's oil production. And let me add, that production in Canada to these standards is not inexpensive. Is this the resource we don't want the world to produce? Tous les gouvernements doivent faire...
Every government needs to pay attention to the solutions, or rather solutions that could lead to even worse problems. Yes, Canada needs to tackle climate change, and we can find those solutions.
Will lead to problems in addition to economic dislocation. Increased world poverty and decreased lifespans. Increased emissions from other more primitive power sources. Increased human dislocation and a threat to world peace. Mr. Speaker, let me get granular on Canada's world-renowned energy industry. Let's talk about the 175,000 workers who are no longer employed. Let's talk about the world-leading technologies and service providers that have been forced to work on competitive jurisdictions like the United States, a country that has more than doubled its oil production to 12 million barrels per day over the past decade, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 1950s level. Let's talk about the reversal of fortune of our oil and gas companies, whose only drawback is their jurisdiction. Let's talk about the economic disadvantage that has been played upon Canadians by a non-constructive regulatory regime that has been manipulated by foreign lobbyists. Let's talk about the transfer of wealth of tens of millions of dollars per day from Canada to the United States, where our exported oil is uniquely bound. And from a Canadian taxpayer's perspective, let's talk about the taxes that are not being paid as a result of this wealth and jobs transfer. Taxes that would pay for schools and hospitals and doctors and teachers, yes, social outcomes for Canadians. And then let's collect our thoughts and let's find a way to rationally address the causes and effects of our changing climate. Let's look at solutions put forth by Canadian champions. The very definition of that is the companies in our energy industry. As an analogy, when you're in a tight game, you put your best players on the ice. Mr. Speaker, to address the effects of climate change, Canada's best players are in the energy industry. Oil sands operations have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 20 to 30% since 2000. Conventional oil and gas producers have brought their environmental footprint down substantially in the same period. And let's not forget that environmental solutions stretch beyond addressing climate change. Canada's energy sector is the best in the world at minimizing its environmental footprint. We have a role to play in the world, and climate change is a world issue. We will not begin to address its impact with a parochial approach. We have homegrown solutions developed here because of the Canadian public's insistence on building a clean oil and gas sector. We owe a great deal to Canadians of today. We owe significantly more to the future. And the course this government is leading will leave tomorrow's Canadians with fewer options and a debt legacy that will constrain their options in dealing with the problems that will emerge in their lifetimes. We need to do better. I urge this government to focus on real solutions that do not pit regions of this country against each other and do not divide Canadians by their status or where they live. Bring understanding to the breadth of Canadian solutions and show leadership to bind this whole country. There is much at stake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and I welcome the new member to the House and congratulate him on his victory and the obligations and the honour that carries. I listened to the speech with great interest, in particular because the member comes from Calgary, in a province which has decided now to lay off 6,000 public service workers, jobs that are maybe keeping some families afloat, especially if their partners have lost jobs in the energy sector. But in particular, what I'd like to ask the member about is the cuts to the homeless services. We know that Calgary is struggling. We know that Calgary has a significant homeless population, but as a city, it's made remarkable progress in comparison to others across the country. The $3.2 million cut to homelessness, I'm curious as to whether or not the member opposite supports this and supports making the most vulnerable people in that province carry the load when it comes to the cuts that the provincial government there is making, whether that's something which the member supports or whether that's something he thinks is going to build a stronger Calgary, but more importantly, help most vulnerable in that city.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from the other side. 175 to 180,000 people have been laid off in Calgary, lost their jobs in the energy industry. Some of those find their way into homeless shelters. The policies of this government have driven those people out of work. The people of Calgary are not going to say, well, can the government come up with a solution here that they've driven us out of work? The policies are affecting the homeless situation in Calgary. We continue to deal with our homeless people as best we can. We also have a provincial budget we have to manage as well. We are doing the utmost given the situation that's been thrust upon us by a government whose policy is misdirected against this industry. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to welcome the member from Calgary to the House. And I would like to ask him about some parts of the throne speech he didn't really talk about. And two of those things are the need for a universal single-payer pharmacare system and what the throne speech described as willingness to look at dental care. So during the campaign, I ran into many people who were very concerned, especially seniors, about their inability to afford prescription drugs. And in one day out canvassing, I had a woman come out of her house to talk to me about the importance of dental care to her family, saying that her husband had had to spend $700 on dental work, which meant their kids wouldn't see the dentist for the next year. So the member from Calgary is a conservative. He comes from a province where the provincial government appears less than fully committed to the universal public health care system, has said it's not interested in a pharmacare system, and has said nothing about a dental care system. So I wonder if that member himself believes that we need a universal single-payer pharmacare system, and whether that member also believes that dental care is something that would help people in his riding.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question on the other side of the House. The healthcare outcomes in Calgary and Alberta are less than they should be, but we do spend more per capita in Alberta in healthcare than we should. That is amongst the highest in Canada. So the results that we need to achieve from the amount we're spending in that portion of the provincial government's purview does need to improve, and the provincial government has recognized that. A lot of healthcare providers as well have recognized that changes are required in that system in order to get better outcomes, because in the end, it's about health outcomes. Likewise with pharmacare. Most people in Calgary, most people in Alberta, most people in Canada are covered by some kind of pharmacare system. We do need to find the people that are falling through the cracks and make sure they get the critical pharmacare solutions that they need. I don't think that requires a national pharmacare program, but we do need to find those people and give them a solution that does provide their health care needs for them. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question.
We have time for just a brief question. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Brief question, please.
Mr. Speaker, and I would just like to ask my colleague about when he mentioned the tax situation, because in fact in our last mandate we cut taxes for 9 million Canadians, and now we're cutting taxes for 20 million Canadians. The only ones for whom taxes have gone up are those making over $200,000 a year. So I would ask my honourable colleague to clarify that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the request to clarify from the member on the other side. Taxes are, as this government can tell you, ins and outs along the way. There are many ways that the government actually collected more taxes from so many Canadians in the past 4 years, and there's some ways that they gave back to what they considered people that required it more than the people they took it from. It's the nature of the tax system is there's some payers and there's some payees. Many Canadians, beyond the 200,000 the member spoke about on the other side, have been paying more taxes over the last, primarily small business people, their families, people that have struggled to actually make ends meet, and more people have actually lost their jobs in my province under this government's mandate in the last several years. That leads to less people paying tax in my province than were paying tax before. That's a solution we need to come to very quickly, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Since I have a bit more time to speak today than I did in earlier speeches, I would like to sincerely thank the voters in my wonderful riding of Shefford for placing their trust in me on October 21st. It is with great humility that I accept this new role as a Member of Parliament, and I intend to work very hard and collaboratively to serve everyone in my riding. My riding is made up of people with a strong entrepreneurial spirit. We have beautiful mountains and rivers, and we have a unique agricultural industry. I would also like to thank a few people because, of course, no one runs a campaign alone. And as a good hockey lover, I will be making a few hockey analogies. My right-wing person is Carole Duchard, my communications director, Marc Lapierre, François Paré, my advisor, Maxime Leclerc, Estelle Côté, and of course, the many volunteers who helped out. On defense, my family, who supported me without fail. My father, André, my mother, Rachel, my sister, Catherine, my brothers, Samuel and Vincent, my husband's spouse, Carole, and my wife's partner, François, all of whom had to help out, sometimes on the offensive as well. And then there are those who helped me stay level-headed and keep my feet on the ground. My nephew Tyler, my godson Thomas. And whenever I saw those children, I remembered that it's for them that I'm in politics, trying to build a better future. I'm in politics out of conviction. And then my goalkeeper, my spouse, Richard Leclerc, who is ready to stop any pucks coming at him. He supported me without fail, because behind every great woman, there's a great man. And believe me, he did everything he had to help me win the match, and he really was what made the difference there. Now that I've been elected, I'm part of this incredible team with the Bloc Québécois. There are 32 members and a whole support staff as well. Before being named Bloc Critic for the status of women, gender equality, and seniors, 3 issues that I care very much about, I used to work as a social worker in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand that I care very much about whether those issues were mentioned in the speech from the throne. On the status of women, I can support the government's desire to work to tighten rules on gun control. We need to move from words to action on that file, and I believe that we can do that in this House. We can tighten rules around gun control, and particularly for assault rifles and handguns. Tightening gun control at the border to control the black market will also help. We need to ensure that those who acquire handguns are not a threat to anyone's life. We need to take action against daily conjugal violence, all of the everyday violence that women suffer, and we need to fight against misogyny and prejudice. So I intend to support the government's desire to pursue a strategy to fight violence against women and to develop a national action plan. And this will also include help for mental health. I imagine we'll have time to talk about that in committee. Concerning seniors, we need to work to ensure that there are not 2 classes of seniors and that pensions are strengthened starting at the age of 65, because the spiral of poverty doesn't wait for people at the age of 75. All too often it starts at the time of retirement. When I asked questions about this, many seniors told me that they thought this was a very good idea. Seniors, families, and people living alone also need better social housing options. So we need to transfer money to Quebec unconditionally, because having a decent roof over one's head is priceless. It's also important to ensure that health transfers are increased to 5.2%, because we know that health is the #1 issue for Canadians. It is undoubtedly the most important thing that we have, and we will all hope for good health through the holiday season. Seniors also want to be seen as a source of wisdom and not as a burden. And so, if they want to continue working and continue contributing to fight the labor shortage, we should allow them to do so. So we need to have tax incentives so that people age 65 and older are not penalized if they want to remain active and contribute to our economy. Mr. Speaker, I also come from a riding where there are a number of farmers. I would like to support them, and that's why I think that we should no longer be sacrificing any aspect of the supply management system. It must be legally protected. I spent my childhood around farms, and so I'm very sensitive to the issues facing farmers who have been through a very difficult year. To conclude, I hope that Parliament will become more representative, because 29% of women is not gender equality. I think this is something that we need to look at. When it comes to defending the interests of Quebec, I'm not worried. With my Bloc Québécois colleagues, we will continue to stand up for Quebecers, and that's why I think it's unfortunate that our sub-amendment was not adopted by other parties, because there are a lot of useful things in there. For example, respecting provincial jurisdiction, notably by not allowing any projects that don't respect Quebec's environmental assessment rules. The underfunding of the health system, which requires an increase in health transfers, the crisis in the media, and the need to support artists, sacrifices of the supply management system. And, Mr. Speaker, we will be back working hard in 2020. We will not give up on Quebecers. Later this afternoon, we'll be leaving for the holidays, and I would like to wish everyone a restful holiday season, because clearly this minority government faces major challenges, and we will need to get back to work as soon as possible.
I remember those who elected me, and I'll be having them in mind. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois.
My French got very rusty over the election, so I'll try this in English and not further embarrass myself. But exactly. The question I have for the member opposite is, she raised the issue of gun control, and she raised the issue in particular of handguns and assault weapons. And we know that they have different impacts on different populations, and we know that different cities are struggling with different forms of gun violence. I'd be curious to know from her perspective, when we talk about handguns and the impact that they have in our communities, what the circumstance in her community is that would benefit most from having structured rules and regulations around this to make handguns harder to get, and whether or not her party and her leader have had any conversation with the province to see if they are open to supporting the initiatives as we've produced them, because it'll take a combination of provincial and municipal action on this file to achieve success.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Yes, our party has already mentioned a press release that it found interesting, the proposals with respect to handguns. This has a direct impact on the number of handguns that will be circulating here if they're produced here. And I know that any government's decision, well, we'll see what tools will be given, and we'll see if we can find some common ground on that. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my colleague has made, and certainly look forward to working with her and all parties in this minority parliament. Now, my question specifically is in regard to a poll that I saw that just came out the other day, where 65% of Quebecers suggested that they supported using Canadian energy, specifically from Western Canada, over that of energy imported from elsewhere in the world. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would have any comments on that, and if we can count on her support to ensure that Canadian energy is able to access markets across this country, including from Alberta to Quebec. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. As mentioned in our response to the speech from the throne, we will see if you'll give us Quebec more power, and to every province to determine what is good for them and their territory and what their needs are to protect the environment. We believe in respect for provincial jurisdiction, and no project that doesn't respect provincial jurisdiction should have our support. Thank you.
And comments.
Questions and comments?
Centre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In Winnipeg Centre, we have an increasing issue with homelessness. What people are calling a need for affordable housing. In Winnipeg Centre, we need to push for more affordable, accessible social housing. I'm wondering if my colleagues across the way would be able to comment on some of their plans on major investments in affordable social or affordable, accessible social housing.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. As mentioned in my speech, we absolutely need transfers for social housing. There are great needs, so we need to give provinces and Quebec the means to act and have greater social housing. Thank you. We have time just for questions and comments.
For Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents are farmers, hunters, and sport shooters. They're law-abiding gun owners, licensed and already heavily vetted. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in the throne speech, this government chose to crack down on gun crime, not by targeting criminals, but by penalizing lawful gun owners. Even worse, the Liberals have actually reduced the penalty for gang crime to as little as a fine. The Conservatives listened to the experts and proposed increasing resources to the Canadian Border Services Agency and targeting known members of gangs. Will the honourable member opposite join me, my Conservative colleagues, to stop penalising law-abiding gun owners and instead put the emphasis where it belongs, on the gangs, drug traffickers, and illegal gun traffickers?
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I am from a family of great hunters in Chicoutimi who have hunted in all areas of Quebec, so I have a great amount of respect for hunters. I have cousins that still hunt. However, I would like to talk about assault weapons. Well, they're not the same thing as hunting rifles, so that's what I mentioned in my speech. And there's a whole question about stronger gun control. We do believe that this could help prevent the black market for guns. Resuming mate, the honourable member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscamingue-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I rise in this House to speak, and I'd first like to thank people from my riding of Rimouski-Niget-Témiscamingue-Basque who gave me their confidence and the privilege to represent them. I also would like to underscore the contribution of my team. Without them, I couldn't have embarked on this great adventure, and my family, my mother, my father, my brother, and my loved ones. Mr. Speaker, as you know, when you decide to get into politics, it's not something you can decide in a few minutes or hours. It takes several days or months or years of reflection. And the decision to get involved in politics for me was the reflection of many years and months of reflection. At the end of my secondary studies, I started to enter the labor market to better understand daily life and contribute to society. And after more than 10 years in the labor market, I decided to go back to school. And it was a sacrifice to get into this adventure. I don't regret it. And I learned more about myself, and I tackled challenges in life and became the man I am today. I also would like to mention that I'm very happy to see that there are strong representation of young people in politics here. In the Bloc's shadow cabinet, I'm very proud of my position. First, with respect to public accounts and the St. Lawrence Seaway file and tourism as well. But with respect to St. Lawrence Seaway, some of my colleagues, and myself, were lucky to visit the Davie shipyard that is the pride of all Quebecers. And it didn't receive its fair share in the last round of contracts from the government. And there are naval strategy, unfortunately, only gave a small portion, or $2 billion in contracts to Davie, versus Irving, which received $75 billion in contracts, and others which received more. So, of course, as the Bloc, we want to further highlight the Davie shipyard so it can receive its fair share of contracts. With respect to this vital industry for Quebec regions and into all of Quebec, well, we're talking about more than 400,000 workers. who benefit from tourism, and it represents nearly 10% of Quebec's economy. More into the crux of the topic, I'd like to talk more about the last election campaign. This campaign allowed me to get to know myself better and also to meet some extraordinary people, fathers, mothers, seniors, students. All of these people had something in common. They were proud of their area of the country, and this pride they told me about, and they allowed me to discover it and understand it better. And during the last election campaign, I was able to discuss with many topics with these people. A very alarming and concerning topic in my region is mainly the labor shortage. It's hard for many companies in my region of Quebec to recruit and attract talent, particularly in the lower St. Lawrence region. It's 1 out of every 3 people will be more than 75 years of age. And I met people who are over 75 who would like to have stayed on the labor market, but they're penalized when they do so. So the government has to react and help them to retain these people who want to continue to contribute to our society. We also talked about everything that affects retention of young people in the region. We've seen a lack of vitality in our regions, and we have to act quickly to ensure that these young people can live their lives and grow old peacefully and with dignity in our region. During the last election campaign, I was struck by, for example, in my riding of Témiscouata, people don't have access to cell phone networks. It's almost completely inexistent in 11 out of 19 municipalities. And cell phones would be vital to the development of our region to help families, companies to stay competitive in my region. So we have to take action and put the necessary funds to deploy infrastructure to allow for cell phone coverage. Such coverage, according to the CRTC, is now an essential need. I also noted another issue with respect to high-speed internet. In Témiscouata, roughly 41% of people don't have access to high-speed internet. There's a federal program aims between now and 2021 wants to implement 5 megabits per second, but we're talking about a CRTC minimum of 50 megabits per second. So I would really like the federal government to take example from Quebec government and to more quickly establish high-speed internet in all Quebec homes. Also, in terms of other great needs in my region and elsewhere in Quebec, there's the guaranteed income supplement. In the lower St. Lawrence region, 1 out of every 2 seniors need the GIS. And 1 out of every 4 seniors is under the poverty level threshold. So the government has to act with concrete measures to fight poverty, and these are serious needs. In my riding, we have a diversified economy. There are manufacturing companies, there's farmers, we have forestry companies, service industry players, and others. Moreover, Rimouski, that city, is ranked 4th in terms of by the Canadian Federation of Communities. It's a city that's growing and has companies that are flourishing there, and it allows our region to develop. also in terms of our region's needs. There is the implementation of infrastructure. We need port infrastructure across Quebec. The port of Gros-Cacona, Matane, Rimouski, Gaspé. These ports, unfortunately, are lacking the necessary support from the federal government that would allow them to be fully developed in our region. I would also like to discuss the forestry industry. The word forest only comes up once in this throne speech, but yet forests in Canada represent roughly 10% of our land mass, and in Quebec it's almost 50% of our total area. And in recent years, there's been a lot of investments and subsidies from the federal government in BC, for example, in insects, and the Maritimes. The pine beetle has seen a lot of funding, but nothing for this in Quebec. So I would really like the government to establish necessary measures to protect our forests from insects and pests and protect our lakes and our rivers. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to seeing tangible measures from our government in the coming weeks and months so that we can help and support Quebec's regions to allow us to further develop. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, rather, for the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I've had the opportunity to ask some of the members' colleagues in regards to the issue of farmer care and the many different types of contributions and expectations that Canadians have. We can take a look at some jurisdictions. Province of Quebec is a good example where they've gone a long way in making affordability of pharmaceuticals, prescribed medicines quite accessible. There's a very large and significant percentage of the population, I would argue, that would like to see a Canada-wide national pharmacare program. And that means working with the stakeholders. This government is prepared to continue to work with stakeholders, but I'm interested in the members' personal thoughts and possibly even the party's perspective on a national pharmacare program, something in which people from all areas, all regions of our country, I believe, in terms of a majority, would support.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague opposite for that question. Obviously, with regard to health, no one can be opposed to having a better contribution from the government to improve access to health care by members of the public. Specifically, this week, during question period, during our different questions, we talked about the demands by the Premier of Quebec and the other provinces in order to increase by 5.6% transfers to the provinces. So obviously this is something that we are carefully and closely watching. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my colleague on his speech. I was pleased to see that in his speech my colleague talked about the fact that in the throne speech there was not many solutions for the Quebec regions or solutions for telephone services. We were surprised, therefore, to see the Bloc rush to support the throne speech. Despite this support, the throne speech, there is hope that they will want the Liberal government to do a great deal more to help the regions of Quebec, his region, my region, because we have, of course, a huge problem to get money from this government for projects that will make a huge difference in the regions of Quebec, particularly in Mégantic-L'Érable. We need it. Member for Rimouski-Témiscouata. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, for that question. and he can count on my full collaboration to promote the development of our regions and ensure that the government understands the realities in the regions, and also to set aside the funds needed for full development of these regions, and to make sure that when it comes to cell phone coverage and all the other needs, that the needs in the regions are urgent, they're specific, and they're not the same as those in the major centres. And the Bloc will do everything it can to be a loud voice for Quebec. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the member referred to a labour shortage, and I'm wondering if the member supports a fair, orderly and compassionate immigration system, and if the member supports a focus on economic immigration.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question. I am very concerned with everything to do with labour. We see that there are urgent needs throughout the regions of Quebec, mainly in my riding, in the Lower St. Lawrence. The Bloc Québécois has proposed very tangible solutions during the election campaign, and we want to attract immigrants to the regions by proposing tax credits, additional tax credits. Also, we wanted to attract young people to come back to the regions by proposing different tax credits for graduates, recent graduates, who could accept jobs in the regions in Quebec.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to begin first by express my thanks, first and foremost to my wife, my partner, Nicole, who this was her first campaign as the spouse of a parliamentarian. Many of you didn't know it, but I got married in the middle of the last term, and she had nothing but joy to express for the fun of canvassing and meeting people, listening to their needs, and also watching us talk about how you build strong community and strong cities and a better Canada. And I just want to say that the election was made that much more enjoyable by having a partner like that along to provide the support, but also just to see an election through new eyes is always a real pleasure for any politician that's been through countless elections. I, of course, also want to thank the residents, voters, and the folks who make up Spadina Fort York. Spadina Fort York is a riding that dances along the waterfront in the inner harbour of Lake Ontario in Toronto. It's one of the most diverse, of course, ridings. Many of those in Toronto are diverse, but it also has pockets of extreme creativity and extreme sort of vibrancy in terms of its economic clout, but it also has pockets of some of the poorest neighbourhoods in Canada. And that combination of affluence and poverty, cheek by jowl, creates good, strong social networks in terms of mutual support between the two. But it also explains the challenges that we have as a city, as a country, to make sure that we build an economy where prosperity is shared more generously, more fairly, and more productively. And certainly I heard from my residents that that's one of the mandates they sent me back here to Ottawa to advocate on behalf of. And of course, climate change, being a waterfront community with the flooding we experienced last spring, where 600 residents on the Toronto Island homes were at risk of losing their housing and have lost extraordinary and very delicate ecological infrastructure. We have to turn our eyes to making sure that climate change is not only fought with good, strong policies that limit greenhouse gas emissions, but also protect those communities that are in harm's way right now as water levels change and become more chaotic, as well as making sure that our natural habitat is restored. And those are the priorities that the residents sent me back here to talk about, amongst others. And so I look to the throne speech as a way of starting to fulfill those responsibilities and assure the residents who sent me here and my colleagues that I'll be sharing time with in the House here that my focus on those issues will be unrelenting. One of the things that I think that I made comment to earlier during our member statements was the issue of housing and homelessness across this country. It's why I left City Council and ran federally back in 2014. It's why I've been so proud to be reappointed as the Parliamentary Secretary with a specific focus and responsibility for housing. It's because I think housing, and I've often said this, and members of the House that have been here before will maybe recall this, is that while housing is often defined as the crisis that needs to be solved, to me it remains the best tool we have to address the issues that members right across the House both sides of the aisle and from all parties have been raising, housing is the best tool we have to address the issues that you're speaking to and are addressing, as you explained, the mandates you receive from your residents. When it comes to things like unemployment in places like Alberta, when you build social housing, you create jobs. We know that the construction trades are a large part of the downturn in the energy economy, the lack of work for highly skilled labor in that province. Building, a gas plant requires many of the same skill sets as it is to build housing. And if we can start to solve some of the poverty issues in Alberta by putting to work the unemployed construction workers who have been working on the oil projects, as we wait for world prices to return and as we wait for new markets to be established and as we wait for the investments we've made to strengthen the oil sector and the oil and gas sector, one of the things we can do in the interim is build the infrastructure that people on the lower end of the economic scale so desperately need. It's why I was so disheartened to see the Alberta government cut funding for homelessness and frontline services in Calgary and Edmonton. That's why I've been talking so closely with the mayors in those cities to make sure that our housing programs reach the province. And even if a provincial government is walking away from those programs, know that the national program will be there to provide assistance and hopefully good, strong jobs, as well as the social support that houses provide. So housing is an economic tool, an economic driver, is a critically important part of what the mandate talked about. It's a critically important part of what the National Housing Strategy hopes to achieve. But when it's seen as economic development and not just a social service, it seems much more dynamic than I think some of the members give it credit for. And I hope that the members opposite can support a stronger and a growing and a more vibrant housing policy, because I know our government is committed to doing that. And the reference to that in the throne speech is perhaps most appropriately identified as housing is a tool to get towards reconciliation. Now, when I did work on the homelessness file in the previous Parliament, an Indigenous housing provider from Regina in Saskatchewan said that you cannot have reconciliation without housing policy. You can't have reconciliation without a place to call home. And in many Indigenous nations across the country, the notion of having a home is not the issue. It's the shelter that's the challenge. They're home when they're on the ground, when they're on their territory. And when you can provide a house with the territory, you have achieved full reconciliation, because both the land and the shelter and the capacity to house oneself has been returned to programs that are self-directed, self-managed, and self-realized by Indigenous communities. I took those words to heart, and I've been a strong advocate for and working very closely with Indigenous housing providers right across the country, from coast to coast to coast, in particular in the Northwest Territories. And I am just thrilled to see the mandate letters that were produced today, and the reference in the speech from the throne about the need for an urban Indigenous housing program in this country that is designed, delivered, managed, and run by Indigenous housing providers right across the country, in addition to the commitments we've made through the Indigenous infrastructure programs to make sure that housing on reserves, housing with the NIOs, the ITK and the Métis Foundation, that those other three programs also continue to grow to provide a place to call home that's safe, secure, affordable, and addresses some of the challenges that we also have heard about in our speeches here about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and those of two spirits, as well as dealing with the economic liberation of some of the poverty which has been far too long and colonially imposed upon Indigenous people across this country. Again, it shows how housing becomes one of the great strong tools that we can use as a federal government to realize our commitment and our promise to fully realize both the recommendations within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as the key recommendations inside the Murdered, Missing Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirited report. We can use housing as a tool to solve those problems. The other thing we can use housing to do is address climate change. Close to 60%, 62%, 69%, depending on the studies you look at, identify that the greatest source of greenhouse gas emissions come from our urban centres and largely from built form. That means our houses need to be more energy efficient. And when we create more energy efficient housing, not only do we create more affordable housing, but we create housing that actually contributes to the reduction of greenhouse gases and makes the climate safer for all of us to live in. Again, it creates economic capacity and creates jobs, but it also provides social stability in our shelter, and it provides environmental payoffs if we do it correctly. And we have a very strong commitment in our campaign. It's referenced again in the throne speech about environmental policies to help Canadians with interest-free loans retrofit their homes and make their contribution to climate change real, and also make it affordable for them. They can actually save money by making a contribution to help us fight climate change. It's a win-win-win proposition, and it's one that I look forward to realizing in this Parliament, and look forward to the members of the opposite benches who have similar programs. Look forward to those parties making their contributions to make this program as strong as possible. We've heard about pharmacare. We've heard about the issue that Canadians need access to health care in a more universal and a more national basis. And we know that we have to work with provinces and territories, Indigenous governments and municipalities to get pharmacare right and to make sure it dovetails in with existing programs and it grows and extends capacities to different medical devices. Those issues are also critically important, but every single study on the issue of health care will tell you that housing is a key determinant in better health care outcomes. In fact, there's a very interesting study that was done by the AIDS Foundation in the United States that showed that viral suppression is only possible if you have housing included with the drug program. In other words, drugs alone will not create the health we seek for our fellow neighbors and our Canadians. You need places to treat people. You need you need stable places for many of the drug programs to work effectively, including pharmaceuticals. And housing is a critical part of that as well. And our commitment to increasing funding for mental health services and addiction services will not be effective and will not be achieved in terms of the positive results in people's lives, again, if there isn't supportive housing built to create places to treat, care, and allow people to thrive and, in fact, heal and move forward. And so those investments that are often talked about as healthcare investments will be realized as housing investments through supportive housing. And when we can get that piece of the healthcare budget right and combine it and use it in concert with our housing policies, what you will also see is much stronger and much more aggressive and much more successful campaigns to end homelessness in this country. Again, housing is not the crisis. Housing is the solution to so many of the problems that we face. One issue where the issue it will also be seen in terms of as part of the program to solve a challenge which is beyond heartbreaking in our communities is the issue of gun violence. The issue of gun violence in my community, in the communities that I represent, and the neighborhoods that my family walks through on the way to school and the way home from work, and as we move about our community, gun violence in my community. I have been to more funerals for children in my riding than family members in my lifetime. Stop and think about that. I have buried, with families and community in extreme trauma, more young people in my riding than members of my own family. That is an unacceptable situation in this country. And I know that there is all sorts of reasons why a long gun is an important tool, and why hunting and the protection of families in rural parts of the country is important. But in urban centers, the more bullets that fly, the more people that die, and we have to find a way to curtail that. And yes, of course, it requires strong border controls and investments in security at the borders and breaking down the way in which guns are smuggled into this country by both legal and illegal gun owners, by the way. And yes, we have to make sure that we step up on criminal charges and keep dangerous people who have reached for a gun too often and let them go off in our cities and make sure that they don't do harm to more people in our communities. But at the end of the day, we need to get guns off the street, handguns off the street in urban centers. It is just fundamental to the health and welfare of our communities. And it's not just the atrocious number of people who are shot or killed. The families that live in neighborhoods where gunplay is all too prevalent live in an intense and a sustained circumstance and environment of stress and disorder. And for young children who have to go to sleep at night in the basement of their housing units because the ground floor is not seen to be safe, for families that have the guns going off and the jump in the kids in a kid who's 5 or 6, it leads to all sorts of other challenges in our communities, and it becomes a mental health issue, quite frankly. It's a form of PTSD for so many young people, in particular racialized youth in our city. And that has got to stop. And one of the things the families who have buried their children, who have had to stay by the bedside in hospitals and emergency wards, who have scared kids day in and day out have asked us to do is to act on gun control. They have asked us to deal with handguns. And the reason we have to do it is because they have lost confidence in the government to listen. They've lost confidence in a society to listen. They've lost confidence in Canada to listen to the trauma that they are being asked to endure. And they have asked us to act on this, even though they know it's only one part of the solution. But they need to see that the rest of the community around this country supports them as they seek to build healthy and sustainable and wonderful children. And they can't do it
fearing guns in our cities, and that's why it's so critically important to act on this. But what causes a young person to reach for a gun as a solution has also got to be part of the program if we're going to eliminate this behavior. You cannot police homicides out of existence. Passing laws has never worked. We've had homicides since time immemorial, long before laws existed, and no country in this planet, simply by outlawing death by a handgun, has eliminated it. It's not a deterrent. If you're so scared or so intent on exercising power with the gun, it doesn't matter how many laws you have. The problem is that the person has already reached for the gun. That's what the problem is. And so we have to get to a position where young people are making better choices and have the opportunity to make better choices. And again, this is where housing comes into play. When young people are housed properly, cared for properly, nurtured properly, when they're invested in and when they're seen as true citizens worthy of our care and our compassion, but our investments and our support, when that happens, they make better choices. In every community where better choices are put in front of young people who are at risk, young people will make those better choices. That's a rational, humane thing to do. But when those choices are not there for young people, unfortunately, far too many reach for a gun, whether it's smuggled across the border, stolen from a home down the road, broken out of a gun shop, stolen from a range, or simply rented from a legal gun owner. We get a person in our riding who had 11 legal guns, never did anything with them except rent them out to hoodlums. And 2 people died as a result of that. And when the police went to get the 11 legal guns, they couldn't find them. He was a legal gun owner until he wasn't. But the reality of this is that he was renting the guns out to pay to go through university. It's a true story, and it killed 2 people. That person was smart enough to make better choices, but he didn't have those choices in front of him, and as a result made the mistakes that cost people their lives. But also meant that there were 11 handguns running around a neighborhood for years, and everybody knew, but nobody said, because they were afraid. And so we have to change the social circumstances and the social constructs in order to make these outcomes stronger. And one of the best ways to do that is to make housing more affordable and support those families in terms of good, strong social infrastructure and good programs that support their educational opportunities, and make sure that our programs that provide jobs and opportunities start to hire those people in communities where high unemployment rates have been tolerated despite some of the success we've had over the last 2, 3, 4 years. And so housing, again, becomes part of the solution to gun violence. And if the other side is really serious about trying to make sure that the rules and regulations don't hurt law-abiding owners who need to go hunting for food or need to protect their farms or what have you, if they're really serious about it, then they will stand up and support our government's initiatives to put those social investments at play in our cities, to put those investments into housing in play, to make sure our educational opportunities are sustained, and make sure that we give young people the set of tools they need to survive, which is not a gun, which is education, jobs, and hopes and opportunities. The final thing I'd like to say is the issue of culture and heritage and the need for strong investments in the arts sector and the digital media sector. One of the fastest growing parts of my riding is the digital media sector. In fact, it's outpaced in terms of job growth Silicon Valley for the last 2 years. One of the reasons it's done that is because our immigration policies get people with talent into our country quickly, and they can't get into the United States. And so tech firms from the United States are moving to Toronto so they can have access to the global pool of talent, but more importantly, what they're understanding is that Canada's pool of talent is extraordinarily high, extraordinarily rich and diverse, and when they come to Toronto, they realize that what they were looking for was in Toronto all along. Supporting open policies around immigration, progressive policies driven by both economic need but also by making sure that we're good, strong humanitarians on the global stage has created the context for a good, strong economy in our communities. We need to make sure that we keep those doors open, that we keep people coming to this country with talents and contributions that they want to make, and we also have to make sure that the new arrivals are allowed to make those contributions. One of the worrying statistics in Toronto is that immigrants and refugees are doing less well after 5 years in Canada now than they have at any other time in the country's history. So what are the supports that are missing that are preventing that successful integration? Well, once again, housing. When housing costs are so high that you can't afford the courses to requalify your credentials, when housing costs are so high or the location of housing is so far away from jobs that transportation costs become a barrier to participation in the workforce, when housing costs are so high that you spend all your time looking for an affordable place to rent instead of a better job, you fall behind and fall further and further behind. But also your health starts to suffer and your mental health starts to suffer, and your capacity to make the contribution that you're ready to make to this country is hurt. And so making sure that we pay attention to
to those issues is one of the ways in which we can support the arts and culture sector, which, as I said, is a major fourth largest employer in Toronto and the largest employer in my riding. And so moving our funding and moving support to the cultural sector is one of the ways that we have to develop the economy in our country. And again, artists need places to create, and quite often artists live and work, sell, and produce spaces. We need to make sure our housing programs support that and support the arts industries that gather around that. But I'll conclude by re-emphasizing the point that I want to make most clearly about the throne speech and about the mandate letters supported today. We will not succeed as a country without an urban Indigenous housing strategy. We will not reconcile the past without a strong urban Indigenous housing strategy. That strategy must be Indigenous-led, designed, and delivered. Our government, this Parliament, our country has to find ways to support that, to get it off the ground and into a position where it's self-driving, self-determining, but self-realizing in terms of the housing needs of this country. And I give my absolute commitment, both to the residents, to my colleagues in the House on this side and to Parliament, that I will not rest until that policy is put in place. The throne speech has set the stage for that. The mandate letters have given us the authority to get it done. What we need now is Parliament to stand up together and realize this, so that we have 4 forms of housing for Indigenous communities with the NIOs, but with the Indigenous urban housing piece finally and totally responded to and delivered to this during this Parliament. And if we do that, we won't be talking about how much we cut homeless. We'll be celebrating how we have ended homelessness. And that end to homelessness is within reach if we focus on it. And the reason to do it is for all the reasons I've listed, but the way to do it is to start by solving the Indigenous urban housing crisis we have in this country and addressing that issue with our partners from those communities and leading us to a solutions-based mandate in this Parliament. And that's why I'm going to be supporting the throne speech. It's why I'm proud to be the Parliamentary Secretary in charge of housing, and it's why I'm absolutely thrilled to get to work in this new Parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as this is my first time rising in the House, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my constituents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex for electing me to represent them here in Parliament. And I'd like to take a quick opportunity to thank all of my volunteers and my family who have supported me throughout this journey. I'm proud to represent everybody from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex here in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question here. You're talking about guns and restricted weapons, and I come from a very rural community. And Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I do sympathize with the crimes that do happen in our cities, and I'd like to take a minute to ask you, a lot of these weapons have been smuggled into Canada. It's not our law-abiding gun owners who are the ones committing the crimes. You need to stop. I would ask that the government stop treating our law-abiding gun owners and sport shooters and our hunters as though they are the criminals. So I'd like to ask, when will you start focusing on criminals and making tougher penalties for the criminals who are actually committing the crimes and keeping them behind bars, and stop treating our gun owners who respect the law and our law-abiding citizens as criminals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The program that I just described and the plans that we've pursued are not simply about tightening the rules around handguns or assault weapons, military assault weapons. They also include a massive reinvestment after the Harper government cut support for border security to make sure that we stop the guns coming across the border that have been smuggled illegally. It also includes making sure that judges have the capacity to sentence people properly when they've committed crimes. But by the time someone's committed a crime, it's too late. And the reality is that the measures we're taking are not aimed at law-abiding gun owners; they're aimed at guns. And the reality is that military assault weapons do not belong in civilian hands. Nobody goes hunting with an AK-47. And I think, as a member of Parliament remarked during the campaign, if you're going hunting with an AK-47, you might want to think about getting a new hobby because you're not a very good hunter. But the reality as well is that nobody goes hunting with a handgun. And certainly, you don't need a handgun to kill a moose. So the issue is this, is that handguns and assault weapons are designed to kill people. They do not belong in civilian hands. And so we have to strengthen the border, we have to tighten the regulations, but we also have to make sure we get to the prevention strategies, because I'm tired of burying children in Toronto.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I was very happy to hear my colleagues' commitment to investing in housing for urban Indigenous populations. Certainly in Winnipeg Centre, as the third poorest riding in the country, we are currently experiencing a very, very severe housing crisis, which is exacerbated even further with the kind of harsh climatic conditions that we live in our community. Recently in our community, unfortunately, we saw a large or huge cutbacks to settlement services. Many people that immigrate to Canada, immigrants and refugees, come to Winnipeg Centre and call it their home. I want to ask my colleague, Mr. Speaker, what kind of commitments this government has made to housing geared specifically for housing geared for individuals, for newcomer and immigrant populations right now in the community.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, a strong public housing, social housing program that creates housing at different price points and in different models is the best way to address the specific needs of immigrant and refugee communities. But as well, the Canada Housing Benefit, which is set to enroll in a few months, is also another way to support individuals by supporting their income needs as they adjust to life in Canada. But the challenges in Winnipeg, and I share the concern and whole heart solidarity with the statements that I've heard the member opposite make even in her short time here in the House. The biggest challenge for me in Manitoba and in Winnipeg is the rate of child apprehension over the last decade. 93% of the homeless population is tied back to that system. A large reason why Indigenous children are apprehended is because of a very aggressive social service sector that was put in place by the previous NDP government that was very, very strong on intersecting people in harm's way. But the reason they were in harm's way because there wasn't enough housing. Housing is the source of much of the child apprehension dynamic, and so the biggest challenge we have in terms of solving the crisis of homelessness and the crisis of economic inequality in Winnipeg is to make sure kids aging out of care are housed, to make sure that kids are stopped being apprehended because housing needs are met, and to make sure that the Indigenous communities of Winnipeg lead the way in showing us a better way to house people and care for families. And I will look forward to partnering with my colleague opposite to make sure those things are realized as real housing projects in your city.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to wish each and every one a very happy holiday season, a very Merry Christmas to my colleagues on both sides of the House, to the constituents of Winnipeg North, in which I represent, and just to pose a very straightforward question, I guess, to my friend and colleague, and that is just the importance. I know he's very passionate about housing. If he could just share his thoughts on cooperative housing and just how important that is to society as a whole.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Cooperative housing is the best form of social housing this country has ever produced. Previous governments walked away from the file, including a previous Liberal government, including a Conservative government that allowed the subsidies to disappear and people literally to be cooked to the curbside. In particular in Alberta, where seniors housing is almost entirely co-op housing, a lot of seniors lost their rent subsidies. We need to make sure, and we need to, I think, revisit parts of the National Housing Strategy to strengthen some of the capital blends and loan blends to get more co-op housing built. But the good news is the operating agreements have been restored and renewed and aren't expiring anymore. The better news is that to access dollars to fix and repair housing that's now in its 40th and 50th year, those dollars are now open and accessible to co-op housing projects right across the country. Repairing housing is as critical as building it. In fact, you should be repairing as much as you build on a day-by-day basis, year-by-year basis. But finally, we have to get the co-op sector into a build position, and that includes Indigenous co-op housing. We sent money to the province of Ontario to subsidize co-op housing in the Indigenous community and Indigenous-led housing providers. And the Ford government, even though they took the money, cut the subsidies and then said go back to Ottawa and try and get a double dip and a second check from them. This is unacceptable, and it's particularly unacceptable to use Indigenous housing providers as pawns in some sort of bizarre political game when you know the money is being delivered. We have got to make sure that provinces honor the agreements that they sign with us, includes the province of Manitoba and, of course, Ontario. We have to make sure that co-op housing is at the front of the line as we reach for success in the National Housing Strategy.
So that'll probably be the last question. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. So the point I wanted to bring up is if the Liberal government is in fact able to disarm Canadian citizens, what they're going to find is that they will not have done anything to reduce major violent crime in this country. My sister worked in Saskatoon as an emergency service nurse, and what she would be able to confirm that, in fact, gun violence was never the issue. There was always other means of creating that major acts of violence against people. So my question would be, what would be the plans to do to stop major violent crime if after they are able to disarm all the Canadian citizens?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, you stand up and deliver a 20-minute speech on housing, and all the Conservatives want to talk to you about are guns. I find that absolutely amazing. On that issue, you cannot solve all problems with any single act of Parliament. The issue of violence in our communities is a complex issue and requires just as complex a set of solutions. But I'll tell you this, the gun that was used on the Danforth, as the person walked down the street and just opened fire on people right through my city, that gun was stolen from a gun shop in Saskatchewan because all the person had to do was crack a piece of glass, cut a cable, and walk off a bundle full of guns. One of the ways you solve the problems, is that you don't make those guns so easy to find for people intent on doing harm. And that is why this government will act on gun control. That's why handguns are a problem. And if we can get those handguns off the street, I can get to work on the other issues you just listed.
Before we go to the adjournment, I'll just reiterate the words of our speaker earlier today and wish all a wonderful holiday. Je souhaite pour tous les
I hope that all members are able to take some time with their families and friends and enjoy the next 6 weeks.
All of the chair occupants and our speaker the next 6 weeks to take the time with your family, be safe in your travels, and take care over this next holiday period. It being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 27th, 2020 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.
Thank you.